It's just a minute. Let everybody clear the ads. Sorry about that. And now, let's hear from my good friend, Mr. Joey at Joe Man's Land. Take it away, Joey.
Welcome to AP Studios, not sponsored in any way by Nikon. We welcome everyone who is tuning in across the world and those listening to this recording. We welcome you to get active in the chat, but remind you to please keep it fun and respectful. Also remember that here at AP Studios, you do have a voice and we want to hear from you. Shoot us an email or comment in the chat if you would like to jump in the sandbox with our incredible panel. Now, without further ado, join me in welcoming your host, the man of the people, the oracle of Nikon, and the Eminem slayer of the Midwest, George!
All right, everyone. Man, interact with people in the panel. Nobody in here today but me right now. For those of you that are asking about links, I sent out about a dozen links. So check your emails. If you want to join, by all means do. Mark even sent you one. So it's entirely up to you. If you want to join and you didn't get a link, and that goes for you too, Albert, of course, for you. Let me know. Let me know in the chat, and I'll make sure you get a link. Man, this has been a live stream week. I got to tell you, man, I probably have 30 hours streaming this week from last Saturday night. If you include last Saturday night till now, I probably have 30 hours in a stream, whether it's my own or others. And I'm not complaining about it. I've had a great time. I mean, of course, you guys know. If you've been following me, you know where I've been as far as streaming goes, and it's been great. Man, I know I sent the email out. I can't believe. Yeah, I did. I sent the email. All right, folks, give me just a second. Let me go back and resend it. I have no idea why you guys can't find it. Check your spam or whatever. How dare them send my email to a spam. All right, give me just a second. Sorry, Steven didn't hear. He's off tonight, so he can't take over while I'm away. Let me send these links out, folks. Sorry about that. Hang on just a second. I'll just keep talking, even though I'm talking into thin air. Well, I guess I better get the link first. Let me grab it here. Yaman, good to see you, brother. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to send out a barrage of emails or one big email with everybody in it. Sorry. I hear somebody coming in. Somebody found the link. Let me see who that is before I finish sending these. Oh, yeah. All right. All right, Mark, welcome to the show. Met Mark today over on Simon's channel. He's really an enthusiastic and accomplished videographer, or at least working with video. Maybe more. I'm sorry if I missed anything else that you were talking about, Mark, but invited him in tonight because he's as curious as we are about the Z8, I think.
Yes, very much so. Thank you for having me on your show, Chuck. I appreciate being here.
No, you're more than welcome. Thanks for being here. I mean, this is just one big community that's spread across, might I add, several channels. I mean, Vahagan, Selective Imagery, Jeffrey, daggone, who else do we have? I mean, we have Z Wade that's part of this community, his channel. Man, I'm sorry, my mind, I'm drawing a blank now because I'm trying to think and do two things at once. Let me get this email out. Take it away. Give us the rundown on who you are, Mark, so everybody knows.
Well, let's see. Where do we start? Let's try the beginning. I'm an award-winning Canadian filmmaker. I am currently working on a project which I've actually been working on for the past 3 years. It's a feature film, but it's a time-lapse nature feature film. And I have been living on North Vancouver Island since September of 2012. And about a year and a half ago, I moved to Cormorant Island, which is known, the town on here on Cormorant Island is known as Alert Bay, BC. We're just off the west coast. As you know, BC, Vancouver Island is different from Vancouver, which is actually on the west coast of North American Canada. But then there is Vancouver Island, which is actually off the coast. And where I am is if you go to the north, more or less the north tip of Vancouver Island, and then go out from Port McNeill about 30 kilometers, about roughly 28 miles off of Vancouver Island. I'm on Cormorant Island, which is in the middle of the Georgia Strait, which is a Pacific Ocean strait. So I'm in a very rural, very wild, remote area. Very beautiful place. Anyone who's ever been to BC can tell you that everywhere you look, there's a mountain, there's a field, there's a stream, there's a river, there's an ocean. And it's a great place to be testing and working with cameras and making movies. I'll tell you, I'm very, very happy out here. I've been making films since I think the first time I was 13 years old was the first time I touched a camera. And it began basically more or less as a, childhood hobby that developed into a profession when I got old enough. As soon as I got out of, by the end of high school, I was working my summers on movie sets in Montreal. And by the time I finished college, I was beginning to write screenplays, and I started my own production company in Montreal called ICT Productions and Post. And from then on, I ran that for, I guess, about 20 years. And then I started working in television in Southern Ontario, just west of Toronto. And then from there, I came out here. And I've been continuing to make movies, and I do a lot of industrial videos as well for other people. I don't own a lot of the stuff I do. Sometimes I'm contracted out by third parties, and I'll shoot video for companies' websites of their products and services. That's one of the bread and butter aspects of my independent business. But now, as I'm getting older, I'm starting to actually work a lot more now on my own projects, independent projects, and as a freelance screenwriter and videographer.
So what you're saying is you're deep into video.
Oh, very much into it. Very much fascinated by the modern camera technology that we have these days. I tell you, folks, when I first got into the business as a young man, I was cutting 16 millimeter reversal work prints. That's how we edited on a Moviola.
Wow.
We were shooting Eastman color negative in 16 or Super 16. And I think the real go-to camera that I remember when I started back in Montreal was the Claire NPR, the noiseless portable reflex.
Okay, you're losing me. You're speaking another language. You're speaking another language now. But I want to pick your brain tonight, or I don't. I'm sure everybody will, because we are curious about what the Z8 is going to have in it, and I think you made some good points today, especially considering the red Nikon draw, if you will. And
oh yes,
let me get all these other folks in here. We've got Jeffrey Neville from Selective Imagery. Jeffrey, man, I sent that link out to everybody earlier. Maybe that was the mistake. I shouldn't have sent it so early. How you doing?
That's all right. I figure you probably just had enough of me.
No, never. And David, you haven't been in a while. Good to see you.
Good to see the three of you. Hello, Jeffrey. It's one of the few times we've ever been on here together. We talk a fair bit. And
wow,
Mark,
man.
Nice to see you out on the left coast.
Oh, yes. Nice to meet you, David.
Yep. I'm here in Cowtown, so.
We already have a pretty big
Oh,
house
yeah,
going
Calgary.
in the
Yeah.
chat. Wow.
I love Calgary.
Yeah, I didn't say hi to everybody in the chat. Sorry about that. As usual, it's live, so you gotta take what you get. I sent the
Hi,
link
Jeff.
out to all these folks earlier. It
Oh,
just
Mark.
didn't happen for whatever reason. I don't know if it went to spam or what, but anyway, hopefully everybody's caught up. I've got a bunch of other people. Wayne, you've got a link. It's sent to you as well. Maz, I sent your link. Hopefully you got it. If you didn't, just let me know again. But it just went out. Rakesh, good to see you. Yeah, here we go. The international audience is already building. That's one of the great things about the community is, man, we're not limited to one state, one country. We're just everywhere. And I'm so glad to see the folks coming into the panel. I would expect that tonight we might have a full house again in the panel at some point in time. And I'm looking forward to it. I hope that actually happens because I think it's just a better chat with the more people we have. With that said, everybody's going to have to make sure they speak, short and concise with the number of people that we're apt to have in here. Just be careful because, make your answers short and sweet, if you will. And there are some things I know you got to carry on a little longer, just like I'm doing right now. But for the most part, we want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. That said, now we also have the link is available for anybody else that wants to join. I will say, though, that if we hit the limit of 10 people in here at any one time, you might have to stand by and wait for a seat, but and you know what? That's what makes this great, too. I can't believe we've come this far with a live stream. And that's something I appreciate you talked about on Simon's stream tonight, Mark, or today, is how refreshing it is to be able to interact with each other in the photography or videography community. And that was the intent. And I'm glad we're beginning to check that block. Most people are beginning to understand what this channel's about. In the beginning, everybody expected tutorials and topics like, and reviews and everything. It's not my bag. I'm just not good at it. I'm probably better at just beating my gums and letting other people beat their gums. So there you have it. All right. So we got quite a few people in the chat already. Wow. 51 folks in there watching. Thank you all. And I don't ask for subscriptions. You'll do that if you want to. That's fine by me. I appreciate it when you do. If you don't, and you just enjoy watching, that's fine as well. But what I do ask for is likes. I just like to receive the likes. I know I'm crazy. What YouTuber says, I don't care if you subscribe or not. But, the channel was built on that premise and I'm going to stick with it. But the likes I do appreciate because it just kind of motivates me to keep this going. And when you're doing a 10-hour stream, I tell you, you need all the motivation you can get. You guys wore me out.
If you try to beat that record, I'll free up my seat long before then.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will. Oh, man. Yeah, Tim says you keep the watchers or the viewers above 30 and I keep the stream going. Man, we might have to test that tonight, Tim, because I don't know. I have been sitting in this chair at least 30 hours this last week. So,
I
Nick,
think you miss your wife too much, Chuck.
Wow.
Yeah, that's another thing. I got to talk to her before the stream started. I talk whenever I'm away or she's away. We talk to each other every night. But she's been very good. She knows that I have streams going at certain times, and Saturday night's kind of a bust, so we talk to each other early. So there you have it. Anything else? Looking over here, man, there's so many comments already, guys. You know how I get behind on comments. Again, I just resent all the links to everybody that I had sent to before. If you want to join, by all means do. And let's get the party started, as they say. Yeah, Yaman, it is. It's turning into a full-time job, but a job that I like. I really do. I enjoy it. And there have been several streams this week that I've been on that I've really enjoyed. I always enjoy going on Simon's. And, of course, with Bobby Tonelli, And Vahagan, man, that was a fantastic stream. And if you guys have not seen that, you need to go over and check it out. Bobby's a great guy, and Vahagan did a great job in talking with him. I wouldn't call it an interview. I think Bobby's more personal than that. It was just him sharing what he does with everybody. So I think that was great. D-Moots. Wow, we haven't seen D-Moots in a while. He's been busy.
That's a good sign. At least we know he's breathing here.
Yeah, exactly. He said he's on the downhill slope of this house remodel. I'll return to photography soon. Have a great show. Thank you, David. I appreciate that, and we will. We miss you, man. So whenever you get back at it, just you got a seat in the house. Robert Silva, you have an invite. Robert Silva, we were with his stream. Thursday night? Thursday night. The days are becoming mixed up now. I can't keep up with it. That's a good thing, though, in my book. But then again, I am very forgetful, as some of you already know. Wayne, your link should be in your inbox. Like I said, Maz, yours is in your inbox. John Riley, hello, Connecticut. First time in here. John,
Hey.
I have seen you on Grays of Westminster's chat several times, and you always come in and talk about being from Connecticut. I thought, I don't want to badger people, especially on somebody's other stream, but I thought, man, I wonder if he knows that we're around and we have a big live stream. And just so you know, folks, I do this twice a week, Wednesdays at 12 noon p.m., 12 noon Eastern, and on Saturday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. So convert that to whatever time zone you're in. And I'm going to get me one of those wall clocks that's a world clock and put it behind me. Or maybe I'll just start collecting clocks and putting your time zone up on the walls. So,
like at an airport.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Because it's so hard to keep up with all the time zones and where everybody's at. But again, international audience, that's something that we deal with. And typically we go long enough that we can get 2 or 3 more time zones in rather than just the East Coast or even out to the West Coast here in the U.S. There's 3 right there. So actually 4, isn't it? Man, it's hard to keep up. All right. So, and I'm going to let you guys drive the chat over here as always. I'm not going to, I've been beaten up so much about gear talk, but it seems like we'll always digress to that because that is a big part of photography. It's hard to omit that kind of talk. And that's what this is all about anyway. You guys talking about what you want. So you guys kick it off and tell us what we're going to talk about tonight. I mean, I know there are plenty of things that I could talk about. And it's all gear talk, by the way. So you guys do it.
Remind everybody about about the photo, getting the photos in for next Saturday.
See, Jeffrey, that's why you're so important in here. Yes, we do a photo review, not critique. And of course, if somebody wants a critique, then I'll leave that to you, the experts that typically sit on the panel. But we do a photo review. It's just a chance for everybody to show off some of the work they've done. And not everybody, but so many people were talking about a theme. And I don't really want to go down that path. But, since so many people had mentioned it for this month, this photo review that we're going to do, it's something you shot in April, which is something, it's hard for me to even keep up with my own requirements. But something you shot in April of this year. And yes, somebody already mentioned April when? April 2010? No, April this year. However, if you didn't shoot anything in April or nothing that you're proud of, by all means, just submit a photo that you like. And by all means, it'll go into the pile and we'll go over it. This is on May 6th. We do this on the first Saturday of every month. So the first Saturday this month is May 6th. If you would, please make sure that it's JPEG only, 2048 pics on the long side. It just makes it easier for me to download all these photos. And drop a little information maybe about the camera, the lens, and whatever the subject is. It's always nice to know. And if you don't, then people are going to ask me, and I'm going to tell them, well, they didn't say anything. And anyway, you know the deal. Submit it to apstudios001 at yahoo.com. It's all in the description below. All you have to do is go down there and read it, the date and everything, and parameters. And I'm always looking for people that want to be in the. Oh man, I got Mozman in here waiting. I got to grab him real quick. Moz, I promise I'll be quiet in just a minute. So I'm always looking for folks to be on the panel and to talk and discuss the photos. If you'd like to be one of those that's part of the reviewing panel, by all means, let me know, and you're welcome to come in and do that. All right. Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's my right-hand man. Without him, I am lost. So, of course, Jeffrey, I'm always going to invite you. Osman, welcome.
I got some show and tell here.
How's it going, guys?
What do you got, Mark?
You got a little magic cube there.
Yeah, I have this DJI Action 2 camera. It's a bit of a sleeper camera because when it came out, it was advertised as a tough, rough and tough action camera equal to a GoPro in all respects. Well, it's not. But what it is it's a fantastic quality time-lapse camera.
Cool.
And I'm working on a time-lapse epic, and I need stuff that is light and waterproof. And this thing is waterproof to 30 feet, 33 feet roughly. And a lot of the bigger cameras, like say a Nikon Z9 or a Sony A1 or some of these more expensive cameras, they don't like being soaked with high wind and rain. And where I am, it rains a lot. And I need cameras that can take the beating, that can take the weather, that can get wet and real wet and still function and still do the shot that I'm trying to get, because sometimes I'm out doing a time lapse.
So what is it, Mark?
It's a DJI Action 2. Now the camera isn't sold just a minute. I've got it in a cage. I'll take it out of the cage and actually show you the actual instrument itself.
So they still sell it or no?
Oh yeah, you can get these. You can get these cheap on Amazon. And this is the actual camera, but they usually sell it with a bottom end. Now I got it with an extra battery end, and it clips using magnets and clips on the side of the camera. And this is a battery, and there's a battery built in. There's storage. There's 22 gigabytes built into the camera, and then the bottom is an extra battery, and there's also a battery in it. And this is a battery, but it also has a slot for a micro SD card. And this camera will, it also adds extra microphone. And there's two versions of it. You can have a bottom part that also has a view screen, a touchable view screen. And the back of this camera has a touchable view screen. If I turn it on, and like right now, see, I'm shooting. You can see it's gone red. And stop it again, and it's got a screen on it, and it's a touch screen. And now for time-lapse work, I go out with 5 cameras set up. So when I take a time-lapse shot, I'm out. Some of these shots take 5-6 hours to pull off. So I'm not going to shoot it with just one camera. I'm going to shoot it with 5 cameras with different focal lengths, and so that I can get something for my time, to walk away with, because I would say about 30% of everything I shoot is just not really good enough.
Hey, Mark, I appreciate all that, but let's keep rolling with the chat over here, just because we've got 64 people in here, and there's already sidebars going on in the chat, which I think is fantastic. There's always questions and things over here. I invite you, Mark, though, to watch the chat, because there may be questions that come up to you specifically, yes. and I want you guys to answer those questions.
Yes.
So Yaman has already asked here, and I just dropped that comment. I wanted to keep that up there. But anyway, Yaman's already asked, is there anywhere we can see your work?
I am actually starting a new YouTube channel because the YouTube channel I have, it's not a channel, it's a digital junkyard of just a collection of stuff that I've been working on behind the scenes shots of making this picture. So the picture's not ready yet, so you can't see it. If you do a search on YouTube, Mark Andrew Joe, my channel should come up, and you should be able to see a bunch of behind the scene clips of me shooting. And this
Okay.
time I've been working on it for 3 years.
Okay, that's something. And you know, Yaman, there you go. At least you can pick it up there, get an email address or chat with him. Yeah, that sounds great.
Certainly. Yeah.
And I'd love to see, you know, what you're doing as well. I want to jump to John Riley because this is pretty cool. John's going to London in June. He's going to stop at Gray's Westminster. You know, John, butt yourself in on their Friday live stream. That would be fun. Just tell them I'm here for the live stream and jump in there with them. That would be great. I'd love to go to Gray's and just spend a day in their shop. I'd like to spend a couple hours just talking with Gray himself. He's just so interesting. But man, that's fantastic. I would love to do that. I'm sure you're going to have a good time. Jeff, you sent an email. All right. Give me a minute. I'll check over there. And so Nick's having some issues with the counter and the photo, blah, blah, blah. The photo folder in your camera, the photo count. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it reset back to 1. So
don't feel bad if you've done that, because I do this all the time. Mozman can attest to me calling it Moz. I need help. I just hit a button or something, and now I can't get into my Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's ask Jeff how about the photos he lost this week.
Oh no, Jeff!
No, we're not. No, we're not.
I don't believe that.
They were. Let's just say they were on a second source that I forgot about because I never typically use that other source. And I'll let Mozman tell the story because I don't want to cry in front of everybody.
It's okay. I mean, it's something we've all done. No, he
other source, and I'll let Mozman tell the story because I don't want to cry in front of it.
Wayne, there you go. You know. All right, good.
All right, we got no feedback.
Get off the iPad and get on the computer.
So Jeff and I, as you guys know, went out shooting this weekend. I called him up the other night, and he was going through his photos and everything, but he was disappointed because he lost a bunch of photos. And I said, "Oh, do you mean the ones you shot with your phone?" And then he had that, and then it hit him that the photos he was looking for were the ones that he shot with his phone, and they weren't on his card. So it was just kind of funny. It was something we all would do, you know. I so rarely use a phone for my pictures. It's like, you know, when I have my camera on me, the phone is just for when the boss calls, you know.
I wanted to welcome Mookie MC in here. I think you've been in here before, but if not, man, I am sorry. I forget names, and you can imagine after 10 hours the other night watching names scroll by, I forget who's been in before, who's a regular and who isn't. But if I've missed you before, I just want to welcome you in. Welcome to the community. And he has a suggestion for Nick. All right. Oh, man. Nick is going to go do the lawn. I'm going to have to start saying Nick 1, Nick 2, Nick 3. Nick's going to mow the lawn while he listens. Great, man. That's one of the great things about a live stream is there's nothing to look at on screen. Well, I'm not going to speak for you all, but for myself. So it's better to just listen and enjoy. But hey, thanks, man. Let's see. I'm trying to get down here to where we're at the bottom of most of these comments. I see David, you're already answering comments over there. Thank you very much. Let's see, Greg, you're
David,
never
I
late.
figure you'd be out freezing your behind off shooting pics. It's not often to see you on the stream. You're usually out shooting pics and freezing to death.
I was out this morning, and it was a really nice warm 3 degrees.
3 degrees. Sorry.
Better
Sorry.
you than me.
Yep. That's a whole bunch below my comfort zone.
Well, that's
Michael-
centigrade, so it's not the other one.
Michael Aries says, thankful that this live stream's happening. I'm editing photos from an event today, and this podcast is great background noise for me. Yeah, we consider it noise too.
Yeah.
All right.
Underline the word noise, right?
Thanks, Michael. Oh, man. Yaman says he'd love to go to Gray's. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the comments here, guys.
Yeah, I was at Gray's in September, and the two of them weren't there, but I did get to meet Gray himself.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Did you spend any money, David?
Yeah, I bought 2 toques. You probably don't know what a toque is.
No,
None of us were going to ask.
I was scared to ask what the toque is, but
It's Canadian for hat, right?
No, it's a Canadian for a beanie.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's actually Francais, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But it's those of us up here sometimes use the other language.
Well, I'm from Montreal, and we have a town in Quebec called Le Touque,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the hat.
Yeah.
I remember it, I think, from Bob and Doug McKenzie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wear toques all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys don't want to get into a Jeopardy match with Mozman, let me tell you. Oh, man. All right. So here it comes. Jason Michael Photography. Of course, Jason's going to kick it off for what's going on with Nikon. There's a lot going on with Nikon, and I'm going to let all these other gentlemen weigh in. First of all, I want to say, we don't bash any other brand here for anybody that's new, because I don't believe in that. I think all the cameras out there are good. They really are. Everybody gets to pick and choose what brand they want to go with. And for the most part here, not everybody, and we do have some Canon shooters, Fuji shooters. I think we even have an OM shooter. We have Sony shooters, of course. But we happen to be a little more Nikon centric here because I shoot Nikon. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Well, I'm not sorry. Nobody should be sorry for what they shoot.
Nothing to apologize for,
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, there is a lot of news in Nikon, and you know what? I'll tell you what. When Canon does kick off the R5 II, or I'll tell you when the R1 makes an appearance, you can bet I want to talk about that on a stream because I really believe this is where the big dogs fight. We had the Z9, we're going to have the R1. The Canon A1 has been out there for a while, but when the Sony A1's been out there for a while, when Sony does it as well, we'll definitely get in here and talk about it. But that's the reason I wanted to bring Mark in, because he was talking about video today and what he expects, because this is all tied to the red Nikon battle that just went on. And there's a lot of speculation as to, is it settled? Yeah, it's settled. And I think people still, it was settled it was dismissed without prejudice. Well, that alone tells you it's settled. And trust me,
there's some real history was made this past week with the settlement of this case with Red, because what it represents to the end users who are tuning in here and using, for example, Nikon cameras, the Z9, or waiting for the upcoming Z8. You're now going to see, I'm 99.9% sure of this, that you're going to see a major firmware update release very soon from Nikon for the Z9. And the Z9 is now going to become what Nikon intended it to be from the very beginning. And that is going to be a camera with true 24p video shooting capability and 8K RAW, NRAW, and ProRes RAW. Mark my words.
I hadn't considered any of that, but the one thing that I think has come up in a conversation even today on Simon's channel was what held up the Z8, and some people have speculated now, and I think I tend to agree with it.
I know what you're
Maybe it
saying.
was this controversy with Red, and Nikon.
Correct.
Nikon knew what was going to happen in this case. I mean, a month ago, just because we just got word of it being dismissed. That's just the official side of it. But Nikon knows what they discussed with Red, and yes, it is settled. I'm absolutely certain. But I'm also certain that opened the door for Nikon, not everybody else. Don't get this wrong, but Nikon to do what they want with the raw codec or compression. So that may have been the reason for the Z8. They just wanted to make sure, know where they were heading, and you can expect the Z8 is going to be packed full of video, as much so, actually more than the Z9 initially when it's announced, and then I think the firmwares, as Mark's talking about, will catch up with the Z9. I think the Z9 was a bit rushed. Nikon knew they had to get something out there. They chose to go with the flagship model instead of the Z8. I had heard rumors, I talked about this before, that the Z8 was already on the developmental table, and Nikon just made a change and went with the flagship. I could be completely wrong, and I probably am, but at least this is my logic behind what's gone on. And I want to say this to Tim real quick. Tim, don't be so quick to say it won't happen, because Nikon Rumors is already saying ZF is next. Why? I don't know, but we'll get to those rants later on when it's solidified. All right. So what do you guys think about, what I was just talking about? Did Nikon do that? Is the Z8 going to be an even more monster video capable camera than the Z9? And I don't think we're going to see two bodies, but we could. Wayne, I just want to throw that out there. I'm not shooting your theory down. I'm just saying I don't think we will.
The one thing I would say about that.
Okay.
I was Miles. You want to go?
Take a number.
Damon.
Okay, there's one thing that I want to mention with this court case with Red. There was no precedent set. It was just dismissed. So that anybody else, if wants to get into this, they got to fight it out with Red. There's Nikon and Red came to a agreement to dismiss the case, and because they figured that neither one was going to win, but because there's no precedent set, nobody else can use this court case to go forward and do something. And I agree with. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
I think you're onto something, but I have a slightly different skew on this. Here's the thing. They go to court, they lose. If Red takes this to trial, they will lose on two grounds. Ground number one, the patent is too broad. Ground number two, the patent was not properly filed. There is a procedure and a chronology that is used in filing, especially international patents, not just US patents, but international patents. And you don't release a technology to the market first and then patent it after. You patent it first and then release whatever once you have the patent.
That was the basis of their argument, and I find it hard to believe that nobody knew that. Nobody went back and looked. Hey, when did they actually file, and when did we first hear about this camera? I'm simplifying it, but evidently nobody did, because Sony, Apple, and DJI have lost. But their patent, their agreement with Red stands. I mean, they can't change anything right now. I mean, I don't even know. Somebody had discussed, and I'm not a lawyer, but somebody had discussed, well, can they go back and challenge on that same basis Nikon did? And as you bring up, Mark, well, it's not a precedent, but I don't know if they can or not.
They didn't lose. Those other people, Apple and DJI, they didn't lose to Red. All they did was agree to pay.
Well, that's losing.
Their bluff.
That's losing. I'm
Okay.
I'm a simple man.
Okay.
They lost.
But it's different than going to trial and being defeated in the courts and then having to pay a lot of money. I'm just saying that DJI said, okay, we'll take it off the camera, and okay, how much of a cut do you want? Oh, okay. So now the Ronin 4D for DJI was a prime example of this. If you guys remember last year when the Ronin 4D camera was released by DJI, it had ProRes RAW recording.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it disappeared. They
Yeah,
came up
yeah.
with
Well, I mean,
almost
we all followed that. We, of course,
You remember that?
Yes, yes.
Well, that's because Red came after them
Well, we
and
know.
Saber rattled. But in a way, what Red's doing, it's a bluff because they're banking on the fact that those companies will just pay because it's quicker and easier and won't go to court. But now I think it's obvious to everyone, including Red, that if they go to court,
They're going to lose.
And they'll have no patent.
No, yeah, it's obvious, and a lot of people are questioning what happened. The bottom line is Red, and or at least in my opinion, Red realized that, wow, we're walking on thin ice here, and if we go to court, if we take this before court, there's a chance that this patent could be struck down. Now, I'm not speaking for Red. I'm just telling you what I think. And if that were the case, then that opens the door for everybody. It's best we just back off, settle with Nikon. I don't think Nikon paid a thing because Nikon would have said, no, let's take it to court if that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
And that's why I say, Nikon's free and clear right now, I think, to do what they want. That's good news for Nikon. Whether we don't need to debate the case. The bottom line is it's obvious that Nikon, and we'll know for certain with the Z8. If the Z8 comes out with these new action-packed features in video, then without even Nikon saying a word, which they're never going to talk about their agreement. Of course they won't. But you'll know for certain that, okay, it's over. And so many people have been walking on, pins and needles because they've been afraid that the RAW is going to be taken out of their Z9, which is absolutely ridiculous. Before that would happen, Nikon would pay would pay ransom, if you want to, whatever you want to call it, for use of that. So really the question is, how's this going to affect what Nikon's going to do down the road? And that's why I wanted you to talk about, because you brought up Nikon's not finished with video, even in the Z9. No.
Yeah, I got one thing that I want to mention here. Please. Because the case was dismissed, the patent is still valid.
Yeah.
It has not been struck down. So
that's what Red wants.
And that's what Nikon wants, and that's what Red wants. It's the best for both, because if anybody else wants to do anything, they've got to take this to court. And that is going to take a couple of years for it to work through the system and be struck down. And in the meantime, Red is collecting its monies from whoever, and Nikon is free to do what it wants.
Yeah, it buys Red
history.
It buys Red time. It buys Red time to quote unquote say they still have patent protection, and at the same time, it's like Nikon. You can keep doing whatever you want to do. We're not going to stop you. And that's all we care about.
I hesitate to say what Nikon, got out of this deal, but the bottom line is we don't need to worry about it right now. Or again, I think so. There you have it. That opens the door for so much more for Nikon to do. Who knows? Nikon might start a Cine line now. I'm just kidding, people. I'm just kidding. We got to catch up.
Don't get Wayne too excited now. I don't want him to pass out. Wayne might pass out.
I think.
Go ahead, Maz.
I think the only thing I would have to add to that is, Red still has 5 years left on that patent, so bowing out is smart for them. They have 5 years of royalties to collect. But that being said, obviously these other companies are locked into some sort of contract with Red, and they have, they have royalty in place. But I don't know if they have a legal ground to go back and get out of those agreements because they were basically formed upon a patent that should never have been granted. So it'd be interesting to see what those companies do because everyone now knows how, assuming Nikon got this dismissal because of that argument, everyone now knows that argument, and they could go to court with that exact same argument it's just going to be a matter of how binding those agreements that they have in place are.
Yeah, if they want to, if all those other companies want to pay the legal fees and go through all that, or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they go to court, it's going to take them at least 2 years to get this through and to settle it. And then there's only 2 years. And is it worth it? To get 2 extra? Because then they can't do anything until that 2 years is up, and in 5 years they're okay. But what I want to address Tim Hunter's comment here.
Absolutely.
He says what Nikon does video, it's okay selling all my Nikon gear because I'm curious. I don't want no video. The problem with that is if you want to be able to shoot 20 frames a second raw, you need a camera, so that the capabilities required in the camera are exactly the same as required for video.
He's just pulling our chain, David.
Well, he can, but anyway.
But there are people that feel that way.
If he wants to sell his Nikon gear to me, I'll buy it.
Yeah, he's just pulling our chain, but there are people that feel that way. But I like the point you made. The bottom line is you can get both for the same price. You can't get one cheaper because it's the only thing in the camera. So anyway,
David's always looking for another camera to try to freeze to death and break.
No, Lord.
Well,
let me add something here.
750 in to be modified right now, and I should get it back. Well, in the middle of, and in time for me to break in my Z8.
All right, man. All right.
Okay.
So I did that poll the other day, and about 45% of the people polled, and it was over 100 that actually voted, said they are definitely buying the Z8. And that might sound like it's a low figure, but no, it's not. I think that's a very high figure, in a poll, that 44 or so percent are definitely buying it. I think that's good for Nikon, but we don't know for certain yet. And as sure as I want to be, May 10th will tell all. So,
Yeah.
Wayne,
I have a question for Mark.
Go,
As
Wayne.
you were saying that this case dismissal gives Nikon the capability to add more stuff to the Z9. I wanted to figure out what more you think they would add, because my understanding is they already have 8.3K. You think they're going to go to 12K in the camera?
No, my point was about the codecs. Of course, they're going to add true 24p, because true 24 is the standard sound speed of the cinema, and
Right.
they're going to add the capabilities of a ProRes RAW and NRAW in 8K, because currently the camera is limited to I think the only thing it can shoot in 8K is HEVC.
No.
H265 and 264.
No, it has 8.3K up to NRAW. The NRAW goes 8K down to like
to the NRAW, right?
Yeah, so it does all of that. And the ProRes RAW goes up to like 5K, and that's the limit for ProRes RAW. So they couldn't add anything on the ProRes RAW side. But I know they already go up to 8. That's for firmware 2.0 Mars, because you guys have the Z9, right? I think it was the firmware 2.0 is when that it got that.
Yeah, the first major upgrade added that. Yeah.
So it already has that. And my mind thing is, are they going to throw 12K into this camera? Are they going to go after the cinema guys when you went?
No, you're going to see 12K on the R1.
Yeah, probably.
As I said,
yeah.
they'll open up. I was asking the question based on what you said, because if they have more things they're going to add, are they going to put 12K into the Z9?
Watch people throw things at the screen when we say 12K.
I don't think
that's what the camera's going to cost.
I don't think you'll see 12K on the Z9, but you're going to definitely see it on the R1.
Okay.
Again, mark my words.
Yeah, it'll be the 12K camera that costs 12K. That's what it'll be.
And it'll be cheaper.
Well, there's already been a 12K camera out for 2 years now, folks. We've got the Blackmagic Design Ursa.
Well, not as a hybrid.
Not as a hybrid, we don't.
Camera.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's different. These are the things like on this side is no hybrid, but most of them.
You know what? The line is really starting to blur, because once you get into this area, the mirrorless camera and the Hollywood major production camera, they used to be so far apart, okay? But now, man, a lot of Hollywood productions are actually using the Samsung S22 cell phone and the
23 in 8K and shooting and putting it in films.
There you go.
I mean, the lines are really blurring here between the traditional barriers.
Let me ask you
that we
guys a
all
question.
understood.
So Z8, because some people have asked, well, what, who cares? What can they improve on video? And that's why I was talking to you, Mark, about that. But what are some of the other things that they can improve that are being asked for out there, even in the hybrid camera, like zebras? There are quite a few features that people are asking for that will really make it leap off the shelf and be something for videographers to start looking at.
It's like zebras, false color, waveforms. Those are the things that if you can have those built into the monitor and you don't have to do an external one, that will definitely help.
No,
generally,
I'm talking in camera.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because Canon put it on the R6, I believe. They have the false color built into that, and that's usually on the external monitor. Huh?
The R6,
Yeah. And that's what people are saying. So if Canon already started going at that level, we can imagine what the R5 II is going to come with. It's probably not going to add waveforms and vector scopes and all those other things into it as well. The photo stuff will still be there, but they're going to add that so people can have some of that. And of course, when you think about the R5C, that's a whole other level. So if Nikon comes out and already has these things inside of it that video people want, that makes it a whole lot better. And of course, as technology gets better, I was reading on Optical Raw's thing, it says it can do it with less processor overhead. So maybe the Z8 may not need extra cooling.
Okay, so that's what I talked about a while back. I think that technology is beginning to bend physics. I know not literally, but I mean being able to work around. And is it possible that Nikon has found some super cooling processing or whatever? Oh shoot, what was I going to say? And do they have some secret sauce? Notice all these technical terms I'm using. That's how knowledgeable I am. Secret sauce.
Technology changes with thermal pads and thermal grease and stuff like that. So anything that can help dissipate the heat to the chassis more efficiently.
Now we're into physics. We're in physics.
Some benefits.
Now we're into physics. I'm talking about just being able to compress so it's less taxing on processor. I mean, where does the heat buildup begin? Where does it come from? Have they found a way to do all this processing and everything else without generating as much heat? Now, that's my stupid way of saying, did they find the secret sauce?
Well, yeah, for RAW, that's usually where you generate most of the heat. So, the regular 4K generates some for a long period of time. But when we talk the 8K side of things, that can generate more heat. But then when you go even 4K with RAW, it would generate some heat. But whatever they did with the Z9, they're managing that pretty well. So if people are saying the RAW file size is not going to be much different than the regular 4K, then I can just record in RAW because it's not processor intensive. And I can still get the same level of files, but now higher quality. I'm sorry, same level of file size, but higher quality image.
Yeah. Technology's already bending the rules in AI with in-camera processing and things. So who says there can't be some other new tech out there that keeps the processor running cooler because it's not taxing it as hard or something? I don't know. I just open all this up. Is it a possibility? I'm a believer in tech, even though I don't know anything about tech. That's why I believe in it.
I've never tried to for what I do. I don't shoot 8K, but I know Jason's talking about the Fuji doing 8K 30, and I mean the Nikon could do 8K 60, but I mean I have no. For my use case, as Mr. Matterwind would say, for my use case, I don't need to go that far. But as they say, it's one will not complain if one has extra stuff that you may not need today, but you may need tomorrow, right?
Exactly.
It's better to have and not need than to need and not have.
Right.
Yeah, that's an army thing too.
Well, look what they said when 8K first came out. This is why you don't need 8K. And now they're saying that about 12K. Well, you don't need 12K. and eventually we'll need it. I mean, resolution is good. I mean, resolution has a place. I mean, but the way it works on the Hollywood end, the three big codecs, believe it or not, is Red Code RAW, then ProRes RAW, then HEVC. And they don't. The third one they hardly ever use. But the go-to codecs are the first two I mentioned. So once you get ProRes RAW and true 24p on the Z9, boy, you got a Hollywood production camera there.
Yeah,
A real Hollywood production camera in the real technical meat sense.
I don't want to ever use the words on Chuck's show that I've gone Hollywood. It just won't fit me.
Liz got an update the other day to do true 24p. You know, it's already a cinema camera, and now they've added in there to make it do true 24p. So we can expect that Nikon will probably have that in the Z8. That's my thinking. That's going to come inside of it. In the Z9, as you say, we'll give it that as well. But I'm hoping, Chuck,
yes,
for the
sir.
video side as well, is having the audio system built in there as well. That's one of the things that is usually difficult for your
well, you
hybrid
brought this up before, but I mean, audio is so difficult considering the camera, you know. I mean, Hollywood, everybody, even indie filmmakers record audio separately. I mean, very few people are doing anything in camera. However, it could be better if you have a full cine camera with well, then you're talking about more processing power too, but the ability to record in camera audio with XLR inputs, which is what some have done. You know, the external handle for the Sony camera that has XLR inputs, the mini XLR inputs on something else. I can't remember what it is. So yeah, but I don't see that as being, it sure makes it look like a cinema camera and seem professional or a pro built cinema camera when you have that. But I think more importantly would be internal NDs and things like that. That would really start to show the type of camera it is. An SDI out instead of HDMI. But wouldn't it be great if they could do both, I guess, or whatever? But, Nikon's a ways away from even thinking about any of that. I say that, but who knows what they're doing. But just the fact of all these internal codecs and things makes the cameras that they're getting ready, or they've come out with, the Z9 and others, it's going to make them very competitive out there, and people aren't going to be able to ignore Nikon on that front.
Right. And that, if they do something different, they could do something like the C70 body or something in that format where you can have, the ports built in, whether it's mini XLR, you have your built-in ND. So, it's a lot of things that Nikon could do. And I think we'll see something. All right,
guys, I don't want to alienate everybody in the chat because 92%, that's a exact figure, don't care about video.
Yeah, I mean, I think the cream puff stuff for the video will happen at some point, but a cinema centric camera, you got it. When you start saying that and here we shall digress and go down with the ship. When you start talking that the Z6 III or the Z7 III is a next year dreamboat type of thing, you're not going to be putting out a cinema camera before you put out a Z6 III or a Z7 III. I mean, you're talking.
Yeah,
you're talking long term. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but they're already
play right now. But considering the ability that they have with video, I mean, you're going to have a semi-cine camera. You already have it pretty much with the Z9. It's going to get even better. Who knows what the Z8 is going to bring as well? It's going to make for there are going to be a lot of videographers out there that are going to want to pick this camera up because it's going to be more affordable. Go ahead, Mark.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Chuck, but I just wanted to point out so many Discovery Channel shooters and high-end broadcast, Netflix people and that are shooting with Z9s, and they're not buying the camera for stills.
they're using the lenses. They're using these cameras in the Arctic because you take the Hollywood studio cameras and they bust.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm doing time lapse. Okay, if I took a quality studio camera out here in Cormorant Island down to the beach and it started to rain, after a couple of hours, that camera would need servicing.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's
I need a Z9 or some weather sealed DSLR camera like an R5 or something.
That's part of the appeal of these hybrid cameras, not to mention the fact that we peasants out here that aren't in Hollywood, in RE or whatever, even red, you can do great work with these new hybrid cameras. And so that's
oh yes,
that's big for so many people.
Oh yes,
yeah, and I definitely I want to welcome Jeff in here. Jeff and Leslie Wildlife Photography.
Hi,
good to see you, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Jump in and hang on, man. But I want to cater to the photo guys here. Yeah, absolutely. Because they can only take so much video at a time.
It has to be, as they say, easily digestible in small bits.
Yeah,
small bits. Get the pun? Small bits. Never mind.
yeah.
I understand.
And so let me say this then. We know what the Z9 can do on the photo side.
Yeah,
That comes to the Z8 in similar form, because from what we're seeing in the rumors, it's going to have 4K 30. 30 frames per second. Like at the 60 frames per second, and if you do the 120 as well, it's basically the same camera. Maybe it'll need the battery grip to get you the extra power. Who knows? But a lot of people are asking about the photography side of things, and there are lots of things that the Z9 has. And if you guys have been up to speed on the Z9, but you didn't want that camera, I think really the Z8 is going to be your camera.
Yeah, the Z8 is the D850 mirrorless. I said this the other day. That's it. That's the end of the discussion for me. If you guys want to discuss it, because I'm tired of bouncing around to what a mirrorless Z850 is. I really am. I can't put my finger on it. Nobody else can. Everybody has a different thing that they want for it to be for the D850 mirrorless. The Z8 is, and that's it. And I don't know how anybody could argue with that.
It's that plus, because you can't even talk about the D850 video capabilities or a joke. So don't even go there. So
no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. And hey, who is Seraphim? We'll get back to that in a minute, but I do want to show some love to all the photographers in here that are looking at the Z8. And I want to move on to some other stuff as we go along here tonight. You know how we are. We're going to come back to everything again over and over. But on the Z8 side, so let's hear from the photography side, folks over here. You know what the Z9 does. If you own a Z9, you absolutely know. But what will the Z8 do to lift the spirits of the photography side? We already talked about things that are possible on the video side, and and look, for a minute, put away the thought that they're not going to do anything more than the Z9. I think that's absolutely bad thinking. I think Nikon's moving on. And as I said the other day, I think they're going to close the gap between the flagships and the next tier cameras. So anyway, what do you want with this camera? What do you expect or think that it might include that you didn't see in the Z9? And for those that have been waiting for this camera, what do you want to see?
Well, I want to see the Z8 to have a better speaker so we can have better sounds for when they go to press trigger, so it can go meow or bark or a horn or something like that.
Shutter sounds?
Better shutter sounds, Mosman.
Yeah, okay, all right. All right. I got a cat meow. He's already doing it right now, so somebody's shooting a Nikon over here in the other room. All right. Hey, thanks, Craig. We're gonna circle back. We will be back to all that, but all the photographers in the group that are always talking about, I don't care about video, I don't care whatever, blah blah blah. And I understand how you feel, but here's your chance. What is the Z8? Speculate. Dream a little bit. Quit being so they won't do it. Quit with that. Will you just quit with they won't do it? What do you
I
think
there's
it could do?
I think there's just so much that we won't know until theoretically
Yeah, you're going down the wrong path, Jeffrey.
You
It
know,
doesn't matter
Speculation.
what
What's your
we're
wish
doing.
list?
Yes,
Well-
yes. You know, and Roy's already got his order in. He wants lighted buttons. There it is.
yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's you hope that because it's the same processor and the same sensor that they're not going to try to make it so the buffer isn't as good. You know,
Use
as
the
the
triple hammer.
Z9.
You just say it. Triple hammer.
They could cripple it. They could make it so the buffer
They
isn't.
could. That isn't what I asked, though, is it? I didn't
But
ask.
I hope
what
they
could
don't.
cripple. What do you guys want to see? You know, I know a lot of people out there haven't even said it. They want to see 30 frames per second raw.
They could do that now with a firmware update on the Z9 in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They
So-
could do it like that.
Yeah. And don't tell me what you think they're going to do to protect the Z9 or
Do
anything.
60.
What do you want in this camera?
There's nothing that I need that I don't have in the Z9, to be honest with you.
I feel the same way, but evidently there are others that don't feel that way. They think that, you know, the Z9 could do this a little better or that better. And I'm saying now, because what you speak may become truth here in 11 days, or what are we down to now? 10 days and 23 hours or something? I don't know.
I mean, you're going to have some obvious things that, due to battery capacity, that are going to affect the capabilities of the Z8, especially since they did not hint that they're going to come out with an EL15C battery that has higher capacity. So you're going to have, I don't think you're going to sit back and say, oh, wow, the Z8 has 5 great things that the Z9 doesn't have. I just don't see that happening.
I
I
do.
think you're just going to have a smaller camera for people that wanted a smaller camera. You're going to have a separate battery grip so you can keep the body small. And you're, if you could maintain, if you get 90% of a Z9 and maybe a surprise on top of that, I think most people would be overjoyed because of the suggested price point that people were talking about. But
I don't even pay attention to that crazy stuff. That makes no sense to me. It's not logical, but people tend to believe. I said this the other day. They don't believe any of the rumors about the Z8 except for it'll cost $5,000. I mean, what kind of craziness is that? Don't believe any of the rumors, but yet they tend to believe that it's going to cost $5,000. I don't understand that. But anyway, pre-capture and raw, Daryl says. There you go. And I disagree with you, Jeffrey. I think the Z8's going to, how long ago did I say this? Don't be surprised if the Z8, the mini Z9 comes out and it has features that the Z9 doesn't even have. And I'm going to stand by that. And again, like I said before, I will say I was absolutely wrong, but I feel that that's going to happen. I think that the technology that Nikon has now is so far more developed. That's why we got all the so many updates with the firmware updates with the Z9. Everything that was updated in the Z9 is going to be in the Z8.
Oh, absolutely. I don't
more.
disagree with
It's
that.
already there.
What I
Some
disagree
more.
with is that it's going to be better, that it's going to have a lot of stuff that's better. I don't think it's going to have a lot of stuff that's better.
I think it's going
It
to
will not
surprise people.
supersede the Z9. A firmware update will come up and you will see what's really in the Z9.
Well, it won't supersede the Z9 only in the fact that it is larger and it caters to a specific audience, and it's going to and it has phenomenal battery life. You're not going to get that out of an EL15. However, to compensate for that, power through USB-C. Yeah, you got to carry around an extra battery pack or whatever. But for video shooters, that won't be an issue because they're going to shoot with a rig and rig it up and everything else. But yes, for photographers, it will have lower battery life. If you don't shoot video, it's probably not going to be that much. It's not going to affect you that much. So that's one thing that it will not beat the Z9 in. I don't know what other things. And heat management is one of the things we keep talking about, but that's really on the video side. That has nothing to do with the photography side. So what we're talking about is all those features that you want in a camera you enjoy from the Z9 and anything else. I'm telling you, it's going to surprise people.
Yeah. I'd like to see the Z8 with an internal heater so I can use it in the cold in the winter.
Yeah, instant hand warmer.
Hey guys, what I've been thinking about the Z8 for a long time, and Chuck, that this goes back several months on your channel, that
Your
the
audio
Z8
is pretty
is
high.
going to be the Z8 will be the half
Yeah.
generation old Z9. That whatever the next Z9 is, in 6 months, that'll be the Z8.
I would agree with that. Because I
Um,
think some tech is going to come to it that I've been seeing in line in the patents. I talked about the image stabilization and autofocus. Seemed like they're tweaking the sensor. There's new sensors coming out according to that. So I think it'll probably get some of that, and we'll see that in the Z9 too whenever it comes out.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That you know, there probably in the next 6 to 12 months there'll be a Z9 II, and a year after that, the Z8 II will be whatever the Z9 II was, only in a smaller form factor.
well, you know what's going to be the real indicator is if Canon drops the R1 next year, which they are supposed to. That's the new anticipated time frame. They drop the R1, then that's going to tell you what the Z9 is going to look like soon afterwards. And there will be a Z9 update, whether it's a Z9 II or we use another number in the lineup. I don't know. But I think that the Z9 was a bit rushed. I mean, they had the 90% solution and said, let's go with it. And hence some of the firmware updates that we've received. So, yeah, I think that there will be a monster Z9 coming. I don't know that the next Z9 or whatever it happens to be called will be as cheap as the initial. That's another indicator. The $5,500 price tag on the Z9 is another indicator that, you know, it wasn't quite the lofty flagship that we expected. It's fantastic. It's got new tech in it. And that made us think that, you know, here it is. This is the flagship. No, I think it's introducing all the tech that's coming out below it. And tell me I'm wrong. You know, you guys logically, you know, show me I'm wrong.
Well, time is what's going to show all of us. Because I don't think we really know.
Yeah. So the carbon infused or whatever it is, thermoplastic that they're using in this body with the Z8. And this is what we're told. But let's just assume that it's correct. How do you guys feel about that?
I don't have a problem with it. I know a lot of people do. They want to hear it's magnesium, but I honestly don't have a problem with that. It's going to be just as strong.
I agree. Not to mention,
it's just a differentiator. That's all, and you expect to have a few things that are going to be different because of the price point too.
This is where I talk about putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Why would Nikon go that route if you're going to pack all these video features into a camera that's already going to have an issue with heating? Maybe
again, it may be that they're better heat distribution. And the other thing is with magnesium, it may get brittle in the cold because we have a problem up here with our dozers and whatever. When it hits -40, you got to watch what you hit with the blade because you can break it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's because metals get brittle in the cold.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't like the quote unquote plastic, but I'm a competitive target shooter. And Glocks, Smith & Wesson, Springfield, most of the militaries in the world are using modern composites for not only their pistols, but their battle rifles. And all of those take a lot more beating than any camera's ever going to take.
Yep.
Well, metal dents, plastic springs back. So that's just one of the things to consider. But I don't know. But, you know, a lot of people's argument with this initially was the fact that is it going to dissipate heat, you know, because it's plastic and not. We all know it's not just plastic. I mean, you're not buying this at, you know, Ace Hardware for your 3D printer.
Well, I
Moz,
mean,
you look-
Nikon's not going to switch from magnesium to thermoplastic and not take cooling into consideration.
right.
I mean, it's just, I don't understand why people would think that.
Yeah. It's not
They're
going to
obviously
have.
going to take it into consideration. Whether the camera is going to be able to do 2 hours like the Z9, I don't think it will, but they're absolutely taking, cooling into consideration. I mean, we've already seen what happens when somebody releases a camera that doesn't have proper cooling, adequate cooling. So they're not going to go down that same route.
It's not going to be yellow, and it's not going to have the words Tonka on it. So
yeah, you're absolutely right. But the thing about it is, all the engineers over in Nikon Rumors, I always talk about this. The Nikon Rumors, structural engineers, and I mean, it's full of those kind of people are already saying exactly what will happen, and it's no good, and blah 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 blah. Not all of them, but I mean, so many people. And I keep saying this: Nikon isn't going to release something and say, "Well, let's just try it. We'll try it on the people." We don't know if it works. We don't know if it's any good. Here,
those same people should know very, very well, because I worked with structural engineers for many years. They should know very, very well that whatever they decide to use is going to go they're going to go in cold chambers. They're going to go in heat chambers. They're going to be cycled from minus 50 or more F to 200 degrees F or whatever. And they're going to test it at ranges that are much higher than anything that they're going to see in normal or even abnormal use.
And that's why I make fun of them.
They should know better than that. They should know better than that.
Well, they don't. But they're, they act as if they are engineers that have done the same thing. So yeah, I go back to, let's put the puzzle together. Nikon isn't doing anything on a bet. They're doing it with some expectation already. And maybe, and probably quite a bit of testing. So I just wanted to know, somebody had asked, what do you think about the plastic? And it goes right along with me. I'm the same way. I don't care, if it's not magnesium or whatever. It just like, I'm not wrapped up in, well, if it's not made in Japan, I'm not buying it. No, I'm sorry. I can't buy it.
Well, when you say plastic, Chuck,
no, this is carbon infused thermoplastic. This is a composite. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. But everybody still says it looks like plastic, so they just use the term plastic, even though it's not.
Yeah, because composite and plastic are two very
absolutely. That's what we're trying to say. Exactly.
People just like the word plastic for some reason.
Plastics.
Yeah.
Well, it all depends on your definition of plastic. Like the way I look at it as plastic is anything that's made out of a petroleum product could be a plastic. And that is very, very wide definition.
Yeah.
And it's probably a composite of a number of different things. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised that it has metal fibers or something in it for heat dissipation.
Who knows?
Run the heat out through it fast.
Yeah, who knows?
But the only way we'll find out is on the 10th of May, we'll go pick up Chuck's Z8 and we'll get a hammer and we'll bust the damn thing and we'll find out what it's made out of.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we can do it live.
Exactly.
It's interesting to note that DJI had an initial serious problem with this little cube camera that I showed you earlier. Overheating if you were shooting at 60 or 120 frames per second. And they released a cooling sleeve to put the camera in. Mm-hmm. And it was made of a composite plastic with metal fibers in it.
Yeah.
And it cooled the camera down about 15%.
Yeah, they can infuse it with whatever they want to.
Yes. So, hey, Terry Breedlove says, will the Z8 be closer to the Z7 than the Z9? Okay, Z9 sensor and AF with no shutter, smaller Z7 2-sized buffer and body, and with 8K, but not as robust as the Z9. You packed a lot into that question, Terry. Let me give you my answer real quick. Look, it's going to be a little bit larger body than the Z7 II. I'm speaking as if I've seen it. I haven't, but I feel comfortable saying it. A larger body than the Z7 II or Z7, Z6 series. Obviously smaller than the Z9. All the capabilities that the Z9 has, other than those that are physical constraints that it can't utilize. And it's going to be it's going to wow people. And, if anybody's waiting for the small, they couldn't afford the Z9 or they didn't want the big Z9, here's going to be the camera, and you're not going to lose anything by going with the Z8. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? It's going to rival the flagship. But again, don't be so sure that the Z9 is the end of the road on the flagship. What I mean by that is, I think, as Tom Hogan said, I quote him all the time, I think you're going to see a Z9 update sooner rather than later. Again, I think Nikon just did what they needed to do with the flagship. They call it the flagship. But I think there's something bigger, much bigger on the drawing board, because they know that Canon, the R1, is going to drop like a bomb. And I expect it to be a monster camera. So expect possibly, whatever succeeds the Z9 is going to be more than $5,500. I hope I'm wrong, but I truly believe that. We're going to go back to real flagship prices with the next flagship. I don't know how many of you all agree.
Well, they're never going to slow down. I mean, it's just going to be a three-way jumping over each other contest between Sony, Nikon, and Canon, and anybody else who wants to invest the money in to do that. But it's just going to never stop. It never will, and it never has, and it'll never stop.
But there's only been once that Nikon missed an Olympics with a flagship, and that had to do with COVID. There's Olympics next year. There will be a new flagship next year.
It's a possibility. It's a real possibility. Nick says, I'm not a fan of plastic. I'm a fan of durability and weatherproof. I don't think you can say that they aren't the same now. I think we've moved beyond metal is the only thing that is durable and weatherproof. And Nikon's had a great history with waterproofing their cameras or weatherproofing their cameras. I don't think you're going to see any change there.
Well, what's interesting, though, when you look at the Z9 manual, and you look at the verbiage that they're choosing to use, they used to imply that the camera could survive almost any weather conditions, and now they put some jargon in there that kind of knock it down a little bit. It's dust and water resistant. I mean, they've kind of like backed off a little bit in terms of the written word on how they describe it, but I don't think it's really any less than it was in a D5 or a D6. I think they're just being for warranty issues. I think they're intentionally kind of like dumbing down the verbiage in their manuals for whatever reason.
It's just CYA, Jeff. You know all about that.
Yeah.
And I gotta love my wow, that's cool. I guess you guys can't see the counter and everything up in the top left of your screen.
What is it, an M&M's counter?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I don't think you ate any yet, have you?
Yeah, I actually did a little bit earlier, but yeah, I got to go get coffee in a minute. What's new, right? And it's almost time for the cat to go to the basement and me to go to the little boy's room and blah, 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 blah. But we'll get there in a minute. Yeah,
I have to sign off, folks.
All right, Mark. Hey, thanks for joining us, man. I appreciate you being in here.
Thank you for having me.
Good to meet you.
You're a great group of guys, and you're all in your own rights very knowledgeable about cameras.
No, I'm not.
I don't know everything. Just because I'm the quote award-winning filmmaker doesn't. So the film that I won an award for, I didn't even like.
Come back and make a film about us.
There you go. Say the live stream that tries to replicate the Hollywood Squares. Has it succeeded?
We did the other day. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, we were almost standing room only. But yeah, thanks, Mark, for jumping in. I appreciate all your, your video take on everything too, and look forward to seeing you more, brother.
Okay, I'll be back. I promise. I really enjoyed being on the show. I really love this interaction. This is really great.
It is.
Yeah.
We enjoy it too. Yeah, I think that's the only reason we get any love is people.
Thank you, Jason.
People can sound off, and that's good.
Yeah. I've got one question for you, Mark. How big is your umbrella?
Yes, David. What's that?
How big is your umbrella?
How big is my umbrella? My umbrella is huge.
Yeah, I have a Vancouver umbrella because I spent a year there, and I know what it's like, and I can get underneath it, and I can have about 3 of my friends there too.
Yo, out here when you're shooting on location,
Isn't that called a tent?
I've been praying for weather sealed technology to really fully evolve in cameras because we have to rig stuff up to keep it functioning because it's raining and wind and you're trying to get a nature shot and you're squatting in the bush on the side of a mountain getting soaked to the you know what. And I'll tell you, you want a camera that can take that, and weather sealed cameras are got to be the way. I don't care if they're plastic, paper mache, or whatever it is, as long as it works. And I can keep the camera running and driving wind and rain and other conditions and freezing cold, which is another problem.
Well, look, I got a 7-foot umbrella. It's shoot through, but anyway.
Yeah,
Chuck, where are
Well, at
you
least you can
located?
see the lightning coming for you, Chuck.
Exactly. There you go. There you go.
Chuck, what state are you in?
I'm a displaced Southerner. I'm in Connecticut right now, and looking forward to soon enough getting out of here and heading to Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I used to tell people I was from Southern Connecticut because some people say I have an accent. I don't hear it.
I do.
Yeah, you do have a slight accent, but I wasn't sure what it was.
As a matter of fact, I'm the only one in here that doesn't have an accent, just so everybody knows.
It's called it's a special live stream accent that you get after you've been on for 10.5 hours.
Boy, isn't that the truth, man? That night, golly, you got
Okay, folks, I'm out of here.
All right, take care,
Hey,
Mark.
Mark. Good to meet
All
you,
right.
Mark.
Take
Still
care.
plenty of room in here, folks. We got 74 people. I truly appreciate everybody that's in here watching or listening, either or both. Look forward to more and more people coming on the show. Again, that's what this is for. You get a chance to be on live and speak your piece. I mean, in and around me beating my gums. But anyway, looking forward to more of you joining. Even tonight, there are several invites out there. I really thought that Vahagan might join. I don't know. He must have got mixed up in something because we talked earlier on Simon's stream. And, I invited Photo Me Ike. I always enjoy hearing him. He was in Simon's stream in the chat, and he's always got great comments, and hoped he might join us as well. Yeah, that's not saying you guys don't. Well, I don't know. I guess it sounds that way, doesn't it? Bad joke.
We still got 8 hours to go. Give him time.
oh man!
You're not going to live that one down, Chuck. When I
know,
when
I know.
Maz comes to my house and it's 7:30 in the morning, and you had just finished up the show, and he's looking at his phone and he's like almost stammering, like this can't be. It can't happen. What happened here? And he's like, Jeff, is this 10 hours? Is this 10 hours?
Let me ask you, who's going to shut the show down when Peter Gregg gets out of bed to join it? I mean, you can't say, all right, I'm out of here. I mean, that kind of dedication to join the stream is, wow. But
when people have breakfast and leave and come back, have lunch, leave and come back, and have dinner and leave and come back, that ain't. I just
want to say that Maz is typically the instigator for me. Hey, you got to go longer. But Maz has missed both of.
Yeah.
Didn't you miss? Yeah, you have missed.
I missed the 7-hour one too.
and no, I am not in a hurry to break 10 hours. You know how hard it is to sit in this stupid chair that I have? I need to go buy a real chair.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
For 10 hours. Oh, man. But if I buy one of those gaming chairs, I might go to sleep on everybody on a 10-hour stream. It was a lot of fun.
Hey, Chuck,
you got to stop sitting on your shirt.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You got to get it out from underneath you and wave it around every so often.
There are several people that want to see the shirt. And again, like I said, I'm not going to beg for subscriptions or anything like that, because I do believe that everybody will do that if they enjoy what they're hearing and being a part of this. So, but likes, I do enjoy. It motivates me. I don't know if it motivates me to break the record anytime soon, but you never know.
That ain't launch day.
Yeah.
The next day after your long show, I phoned up Jeff to talk to him about something, and Mosman was there, and that's all Mosman could go on about is how long-winded you are. Just go on and on and on. And
yeah, my wife even said that. She goes, "You won't talk to me that long."
Yeah, she gets 10 and a half minutes. You give everybody else 10 and a half hours.
Oh, man. Hey, Darth Prime, this is a new name to me over here in the chat. Welcome. I appreciate you being in here. Yeah, and I'll let the other guys dissect this. The Z8, I think the Z8 will be a good competitor for the Sony A7 R5. You know, we've discussed this before, and it's not because, you know, Nikon, well, the bottom line is every competitor in the camera arena has to go a step further than the current camera out there. So it's not going to being competitive. No, it's going to supersede the A7 R5. I'm not saying the A7 R5 II or whatever they're going to make next won't jump ahead of the Z8. Of course it will. But this can't be just a catch up with the R5 or the A7 R5. The bottom line is it has to live for another 3 to 4 years, and it has to be competitive for those 3 to 4 years. So, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm you know, down on the A7 R5. I'm not. It's a fantastic camera, but the Z8 has to go a step above. I mean, that's just the way it goes. But that's all good. That's good for all of us in the camera world. That's exactly what we should want to see. And I want to see the R1. I keep talking about it because I know when the R1's out, get ready, because Nikon and Sony are already in R&D, hard and heavy, with something to step above that. So, but welcome in here, man. Glad to see you.
We chatted about that in the chat, and I explained to him that I have both cameras and all that already. So if you scroll down, you can see that.
Yeah.
But give me a sec. I'm switching cameras because Craig want to see what the screen looks like on the A7R5. So I'm gonna swap it over to the other camera.
Okay.
I'll be on audio. I'll mute so you don't hear me knocking things around, but I still can hear you guys.
All right. Yeah, sorry, guys. You know how I am with the chat. I'm always way behind. 77 folks in here. Folks, I hope you're enjoying it. By all means, jump in the chat with us. Whether you do or you don't, that's fine. Just the fact that you want to be in here and listen to us beat our gums, that's wonderful. And yes, it is good background noise if you're trying to accomplish something.
I think photography discourse kind of hits the nail on the head. Is we talk, well, obviously in the last year and a half we've talked a lot about when is there going to be a Z8, what is it going to be, what do we want it to be, when is it going to come out. But the thing is, you got to look at your camera holistically. You got to look at it as an entire system. And as photography discourse says, is the Z glass is hard to beat by any standard. And obviously they have the PF lenses that nobody else has to compete in terms of weight and size. So I mean, when you have to look at your camera gear as a major investment for a lot of people, and you need to look at the whole package, not just the body, not just the lens. You got to look at everything.
Everybody, welcome Gustavo. Here we go. It's starting to fill up in here.
I know that guy down there.
Hey, Gustavo.
Gustavo.
We're getting a full house. I should have. Who else? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm over here sending emails. Steven, please come on. Man, I need a Steven. Bad.
You gotta get Mozman over there, Chuck.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, I'm
fly
sure
him out to your house. You know,
hey,
just,
hey,
you know.
Hey, you know what? Mozman's already interviewed for the part of Steven. And since he can't make any of the record-breaking shows, I just don't know if he's fit to do it.
Well, Chuck, you might have to just settle for Mosman because until Steven comes around.
Yeah, it's true.
You know,
yeah.
I mean,
there's nothing the matter with Mosman.
Toothpicks holding your eye open hurt though after a while. You know,
I'm not going back that far up north. I lived up there long enough.
Well, if you come up here, I'll buy you a whiskey.
Oh man, you guys
one or two.
Great.
Hey Chuck, the
I'll come
10-hour
5. I'll be there.
night. Hey, on that 10-hour marathon night, you may not believe this. I went to bed. I woke up the next morning and you were still going on.
I tell people all the time because it happens in every stream that I do. People will say, they will say, well, I went and did this. You're still on? Of course we are.
I'm not kidding. I was starting to nod off to sleep watching the stream, and I went to bed. I woke up the next morning. My computer was still on, and you guys were still chatting away.
It's because
you thought at that point you thought you were just in a dream. I'm sure.
You know, I kind of did at first.
It's because we're crazy. Oh man.
Hey, speaking of going to bed, I've got about a half hour left. Leslie and I are leaving tomorrow morning about 6 o'clock. We're going out on a weekend, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday photo trip. So I got to wake up about 6 in the morning. So I have about a half hour left.
So
Mr. John,
what are you going to shoot? What are you going to get?
We are. I don't know if you've ever heard of it or not. You can go on YouTube and look it up. We're going to the Snake Road.
Hey, John.
It's in Shawnee National Forest in southwest Illinois. And there's a section of road through the forest that they actually close off in April and May. And there's a bluff on one side of the road and a swamp on the other. And the snakes hibernate on the bluff side and go across the road into the swamp side. So copperheads, timber rattlers, water moccasins, green snakes, king snakes, all the snakes that live around here. That
everything that you don't want to bend over and pet.
Basically, yeah. Now, you guys don't know her that well, but Leslie is the snake girl. Leslie loves snakes.
Yes, my wife too.
So we're going there to hopefully get some video and some photos of some really cool snakes. I mean, it's, Jeffrey, you're a wildlife shooter, so you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not, but that's the goal.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're filling the house up. Let's see, are we up to our maximum now? Yes, we are. Yeah. All right, so there you go.
We surpassed the Brady Bunch.
I probably don't have too much time. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Baron.
I forgot that I don't have a key light. I forgot that normally I use the window but there's no light right now. So
that's okay. That's no
big
deal.
check from me here also, Chuck. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you,
Gustavo. I just came on. I wanted to meet Mozman in person.
All right, great. Let me get John Ishii here. Hello, John. Let's check your audio.
Hello, John.
Good.
Hey,
Sounds
John.
good, man. Sounds good. Mr.
Yeah, I just got back from a 6-mile walk.
Nice.
And you're not even huffing and puffing, and you're not drinking water or anything. Go away, please.
The question is, the answer is walking, not running.
Man,
I need to go grab a drink and my charger. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I know. This is my normal go to the bathroom time, which I'm about to do, and fill up my coffee cup. So I'll have to go again. That's the only break I get, especially when these things go 5 or 6 or 10 hours. Hey, Baron, I'm not going to run away. Tim's working on his Wi-Fi right now. John, all right, Jeff, you got to go, man. Hey, thanks for being in here as always.
Hey, have a great shoot, Jeff.
Hey, thanks.
You and your wife.
I
Looking
hope we
forward
do.
to the video. Looking forward to the video, Jeff.
If we get anything decent, I'll post it up.
All right, great,
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
All right, guys.
you will. I'm sure you will.
Take care, guys.
Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Thanks, Jeff. Good seeing you. Tell your wife we said
Jeff's
hello.
got a phenomenal video voice. I mean, I love listening to him talk on his videos. He's like, he
I
just
do
has
too.
that nice, smooth voice. It's great.
I do
Thank
too.
you. I've got a face for radio and a voice for silent movies.
No, man, you're great. Quit it.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm going to sign off now. So if somebody else wants in, let them in.
All right,
All
we'll
right,
do.
Take care, guys.
All right, take care, Jeff. Hey, Baron, have you been following the conversation? Because I know you'll have a lot to say. I love your comments. I love your thoughts on everything. While hang on. Let me throw you up here in the corner so let's show everybody. You were showing somebody the 5-axis tilt.
Oh yeah, Craig was asking about that.
Yeah,
Holding multi-angle.
that's exactly what I hope Nikon's going to do, and I think Baron would agree. That's what we want to see. Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to see that. That's fine with me.
Yeah, it works for me too because it keeps it in line and I want it to.
Does it do the vertical in line with the lens?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, though? Like,
Yeah, Wayne, your screen's backwards.
like that. Okay, so that's horizontal in line with the lens. Is there a vertical in line with the lens?
Only if you go off to the side. If you're shooting like this, well, it won't be in line with the lens.
That's okay. That's okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for the demonstration, Wayne. And I wanted to see it too. So that's great. I hope that answered the question for those that wanted to see it. All right. All righty. Let's see. Let me get back to where we at here. I don't know which is going to fit the screen better. I think this is probably best. All right. Tim joins us. Tim, tell everybody where you're at.
Let's hope my settings saved from last time.
We're losing you.
Yeah.
No audio?
No, we have audio. It's you said you were chasing your Wi-Fi. Are you using Chrome, by the way?
You locked up.
Yeah, your video is lagging and kind of like just freezing up.
Man, I want you in here. Call the cable company. Tell them to get it fixed now.
Yep. And while you're at it, drop by the camera store and pick up your Z8. Tell them that you heard that it's ready and want to get it now.
Tim dropped.
Joe Man kicked him out.
Joe Man kicked him out. Yep. No, we still have room for one more, but I don't know. I think Tim will be back as soon as Joey.
Here you go. Joe's doing a silent movie right now.
No audio, brother.
Joe, your audio.
Just so you guys know, I'm taking note at 10:40-ish. There's a shift change that goes on because we just had some folks leave that were watching. I keep an eye on that to make sure that we're chatting to all that are out there. So I expect that to pick back up here in just a few minutes. It's funny how this
What was the
changes.
theme tonight, Chuck? I didn't see a lot. I just jumped on a minute ago, actually.
Wow, there really wasn't a theme, but I think we all knew what we were going to talk about. The red Nikon case and the Z8 and the video features we talked about a lot up front, but I knew we were neglecting our photography brethren, which is about 92% of the audience. So fewer people wanted to hear about the video, but I think it's important because it is here to stay. But anyway, and that's we bounced around with that, and we're just throwing caution to the wind and saying forget about whether the rumors are true. What do you want in the Z8? And it went from there to, I don't know, polycarbonate, carbon fiber, thermoplastics, considering that's the rumor for the new body and all those kind of things. So
who knows about that? Mossman, do you know about that?
Do I know about what? The red lawsuit?
What's the deal? What's the deal with the whatever those plastics are supposed to be? I don't know much about that.
Carbon fiber reinforced plastics.
Oh, the thermoplastic, the Z8 body. Sorry, I was a little distracted with the text. I don't know much about it. I just know what Nikon Rumors posted, and who knows if that's accurate information or not. But if it is thermoplastics with carbon fiber, it's going to be pretty durable. It also has some shock absorption, which magnesium really doesn't. So I don't have an issue with it.
And that image that they showed, that is definitely not the Z8. That's like an older camera with
that's a DSLR, wasn't it? The image that they showed. Yeah.
What's the last camera that was made out of that?
Ooh, Hasselblad.
I don't know. I also don't even know what the composite is that they're using. So,
I mean, would it be as strong? Like, what's the compromise? Is what I'm really trying to come to understand.
Well, it'll probably be lighter. It'll be lighter.
But is it significantly weaker? I mean, is it significantly less robust, or what's the downside? I guess.
The magnesium is a unibody.
You don't know how thick it's going to be either. Yeah.
It's not going to be a unibody like the Z9, like the magnesium shell. But in terms of durability and strength, I don't think there's going to be much of a compromise at all. I mean, there shouldn't be. I mean, Nikon has really good material engineers, and they're not going to put a camera together and not put any thought into how to cool the thing. So, I mean, we've already seen how that played out for Canon. But yeah, let's pause for John here for a minute.
Weapons of choice. These two you can buy a Corvette with.
Is one of those is a weapon of mass destruction, is it not? The Leica.
That thing's heavy. Well, for those of you guys who want a photo on the camera, these are your choices.
So John, are you saying is this the thermoplastic or carbon fiber or whatever that you're showing us?
Carbon fiber? What do you mean? I don't
know. We're talking about the thermoplastic for Nikon and the supposed in the Z8. I thought maybe you were showing us bodies that were made of similar materials.
Oh, John just wants to show us dope stuff. This is making my camera arsenal feel weak.
This is Diana's choice of weapons. I use a Nikon.
Okay, cool. And both are beautiful cameras.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it's
I won't hold up my Kodak Instamatic because I don't want to show off, John.
Do you think they'll put?
This M11 with this?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Baron. Go ahead, John.
This lens is unbelievable. It's a Sumeron 5.6, and you don't even have to focus it. Not only is it sharp, but it has a beautiful, beautiful character. Let me see if I can show it to you.
Cool. Well, I can see it.
A pancake lens. But I bought this lens for her for her birthday for Christmas. It's probably the most expensive 5.6 lens I ever bought in my life.
It's a beautiful camera.
Starts with L, ends with A.
Yeah, they take some wonderful images, that's for sure.
John's on that 0% interest for 5-year payment plan for those who.
I'm a good customer of Wells Fargo.
Hey guys, hang on a second. I got to acknowledge a super chat, man. Thank you so much, Randall, and thank you for help with getting in touch with Peter Gregg the other night. That was fantastic. You have an invite. You're welcome to join. So I don't. Well, right now we're at full capacity, but whenever somebody decides to take off, you're welcome to join if you like. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. There's part of my Steven salary right there. Thank you. All right. Sorry, guys.
Hey, Chuck, I wanted to ask you something. The other day when we were talking with Bobby.
Yeah.
So as soon as that finished, you went back to back with your own show?
Yep.
Really? So how many hour break did you get?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Zero.
No, you
That
didn't.
was
No.
You mean Vahagen's show?
Yeah, Vahagen's show was after Bobby. So wasn't it yours right after?
No. As a matter of fact, I can't remember. It could have been. Let's see. He was on Tuesday, and I can't remember. I don't know that I was on or any other live stream was going Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
Oh.
But Wednesday, of course, was my local or normal one of my normal streams.
Hey, another question I wanted to ask you, Chuck, after all these couple years experience doing live stream, do you think, in your opinion, that this form of live stream like you and Vagan are doing now is going to be the next trend as opposed to just uploaded talking heads? Are you setting a trend?
Are you saying we're not a trend already?
Yeah, exactly.
Truck's a trendsetter.
Nobody else doing it. I
have noticed a few people are beginning to live stream more. I mean, maybe we're just finding them or whatever. But yeah, I think this is something that people enjoy, the interaction, and many people have said that. I go back to, I didn't get any responses for questions and, videos or anything like that. And that was kind of what, started me down this path. But I know that if I was recognized in one of the live streams, the very few that there were years ago, they're not going to put my comment up on the screen. But if they did, or actually it might have happened once or twice, when they did, that's a big deal. And I think other people feel that way. You feel like, man, I'm being heard, and so that's some of the things that I'm trying to do is make sure everybody gets recognized, not to mention the fact that we opened the, back then it was heresy to think you were going to share your screen with somebody. Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. To make it non-exclusive is I mean, it really, make everybody feel like they're special rather than special guest star XYZ.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I hope everybody doesn't do it, to be honest with you. I don't mind seeing some other people that do it, but hope everybody doesn't do it, because I think then it begins to cheapen the whole idea. I don't know. Is it just me being crazy? And the other thing, and Vagan asked me again, he's asked me this several times, what are you going to do when you hit, you have 300 or 400 people in the stream, watching or, viewing? And how are you going to manage the comments or whatever? I said, well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. But honestly, it does worry me because, I think it takes away some of the personal, whatever of this whole idea, these live streams. But anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if it ever comes. I think that this is catching on for whatever reason. I think I remember a couple of years ago, or actually, whatever it's been, over a year and a half ago, when everybody was telling me, man, you're just wasting your time with live streams. You're not going to grow on YouTube. And I had the hardest time explaining to people, I don't care. I don't want to grow. And that sounds stupid. David's getting ready to take off. And David, I hate to see you go, man, but yeah, that'll open a seat for somebody else if they want to get in here. So absolutely. But thanks for being here as always, David. Appreciate you being in here and adding your 10 cents worth.
Okay.
Take care, Dave.
Figure out how to get
See you, David.
Okay.
Next time wear a toque.
Hi, David.
Keep in touch. Keep in touch.
I will, and I got your number.
So's my wife. That's the problem.
Yeah. So anyway, John, like I said, people said, you're not going to grow. You got to make videos and whatever, which I don't want to do. I really don't. And if that means I can't grow, then so be it. I'm just having fun at what I'm doing. That's all.
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think you're growing really fast, and it seems like to be more of a trend to encompass and make it inclusive to all.
Well, anybody that we see doing this now or that come on the shows, any of the live streams that are going on, you get a real feel for who they are. You know, they can't hide behind the edits and everything else. So those that will join live streams are bold, and I think that there are a lot of people out there that just don't want to show their human side, if you will.
Nice, yeah.
Not everyone can do it too. It's a special skill. I mean, you got to be able to carry the conversation by yourself. Through I don't know how many months you did this, Chuck, before you had like a regular audience and regular contributors, but it was a while. So you got to have all that dedication, and I don't know that anyone who's got a very established channel is going to want to go down this path, because I don't know what that's going to do to their algorithm. You know, I don't know what it's going to do to the rest of their videos.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
And I always say that Chuck never make it about himself. It's always about the conversation.
Yeah.
So you guide the conversation very well. You allow everybody to participate. That is actually difficult for others to do, because people try to, hey, this is my channel.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
so
keep
it going.
Yeah, I am. Thank you so much, Gustavo, Mazman, Joe. I'm going to keep it going. It's just remaining consistent, because even like tonight, I know if I hadn't dropped a thumbnail, people would still be here. And that's the nice thing about being consistent, is people know that this is the Saturday night show. Hey, I can tune in and be a part of it, or just go do what I was planning to do or whatever. And I invited Baron in here, Photography Discourse, and Joey showed up, and they haven't had a chance to really say anything.
That's all right, guys. I was wondering, you guys think they're going to put false color in this new camera?
I don't even know what that is.
I just learned about that this last week.
I know a lot of video shooters would want that.
Yeah. What about the sensor shield? Are we going to have sensor shield on the C8?
Yeah, I don't think Nikon backs away from that at all now. I can't see that.
If there's no shutter, they have to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
not even an option.
Tony Northrup don't like this shutter shield, and he doesn't like shutterless cameras.
Yeah,
because he can't shoot at 4,000 of a second.
Here comes Chuck.
I wish they took it away.
I feel so sorry for him.
Please tell me what bothers him with the shutter shield. I mean, I can't even imagine how that could be an issue. I really can't.
I'd rather have a real mechanical shutter protecting it that I could break.
Hey guys, welcome in Mr. Randall Brander, and he's the guy that kind of brokered the deal with Peter Gregg the other night. And by the way, Peter Gregg has a link, and he's welcome to join anytime he wants. I'm not asking you, Randall, to go bring him up again. I don't want to bother him, but yeah. But thanks, Randall, and welcome to the chat, man.
Boy, Randall looks like a movie star.
He is.
Randall, which
I think I've seen him on a movie.
He is a movie star.
Baron, I have a question for you, because we kind of started out with what
I was hearing a little echo, so
what do people want to see in a Z8? What do you personally want to or expect to see in a Z8? What do you want to see in a Z8 when it comes out? Baron, to you. What do you want to see in the Z8?
I want, from what I can see, it looks like it's coming, but I want the Pro UI. I want a bigger body, like a more robust body than a Z6. And I want the AF improvements. But I'm not like a sports shooter. I just the more AF, the merrier. I mean, I get along fine with my Z6 too, honestly, but could it be better? Yeah, and so it will be. But I'm actually looking forward most to like the size of the body being a slightly bigger.
Yeah.
Because I put on an aftermarket extension grip anyway, so I make my Z6 bigger anyway. So I might as well just have it be bigger to begin with. But I don't know. I think that's about it. I mean, the Z6 II is pretty competent. You know, I just shot horses. I was at a derby yesterday, and I was shooting the horses coming out of the gate, and I got great shots with the Z6 II and the 70-200. So
wow, beautiful! It's awesome.
Yeah,
cool.
It's like
that 70-200 is such a bad boy.
It's a great lens. It's a great lens.
That's
All of them are. This is where Nikon will take its place as at the front of the pack. I think is the Z glass becoming like pretty much unstoppably the best glass as a body of glass.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
and that will only continue into the future as lens design becomes more esoteric. That's where the Sony E mount will fall apart, I think, because they have a severe physics problem, despite their marketing company saying otherwise. So, and they know that, but so I look forward to it. I think the Z glass is great, but I have to say, like, I took the 58-1.4, the F mount lens, instead of the 1.2 on this assignment, because I just didn't want to carry the weight. Like, I sort of fell prey to that. And I got to say that 58-1.4 lens is super awesome in spite of all of its flaws. It's got all these flaws, but I really like what I got. So,
all right, guys, the time has come. I'm sorry, Baron. You can continue after I say I gotta go get me coffee. Well, you know the drill. I'll be right back.
Don't worry, Chuck. We'll burn the house down while you're gone.
Yeah. We're gonna put on the screen all your camera gear that you're gonna be selling.
Yeah, it's my 51.4.
Right,
51.4.
Yeah, I do a lot of low light street photography.
Chuck's camera gear while he's gone. The bidding starts at $50. Wait a minute.
Randall, that face autofocus is just, oh, there we go. There it is. The autofocus was just too strong.
The 58-1.4 it's got some pretty bad chromatic aberration, and it's definitely not super sharp. And in spite of all of that, it's like very, very special lens. It's hard to explain why.
Some of the older F mount. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Which brand?
It's the Nikon. It's the 58-1.4 Nikon, the G lens.
Okay.
It's kind of like I bought it. I actually bought it refurbed. It's actually the only lens I've ever bought refurbed. So I paid like, I don't know, like $950 or something, and the thing's like $1,500 or $1,600 new. I don't know that it's worth the $1,500 or $1,600, but maybe it is. Like, honestly, the more I use it, the more I think it is worth that. When I first got it, I didn't think it was worth. I wasn't even sure it was worth the $900 I paid when I first got it, and I had the 51.4 that you just showed us, Joe. And when I first got the 58, I'm like, this lens is so soft. Something's wrong with it. And I did a test. I put the 51.4 against it, and I shot a picture of a Canon printer, and I sent that to Nikon. And it was just pictures of the word Canon in both lenses and how it was soft on the one and not. And I said, this lens is something's wrong with it. And they actually agreed with me. They're like, yeah, that doesn't look right. Send it in. And I sent it in, and they actually tweaked it. And then it came back, and ever since then, I think it's amazing.
Wow. That's awesome. Well, actually, my two mate. Well, so originally when I first jumped over to Nikon, I came over from having an X-T20 Fuji camera. I came over, got my Z6, and I was like, okay, I need to get one Z mount lens because that's all I could afford at the time because I just got back, and I got the 35-1.7. Loved it. Great lens, but I needed to change it up. So I ended up switching, obviously, to the FTZ adapter. And this thing weighs as much as a gunboat now. But I was able to get the FTZ adapter, this lens, and the 50 for the same price I sold the 35 for. So it ended up not working out half bad. And this thing is just beaten to all hell. I got it off eBay for like, I don't know, like $200 because it's got a little discolorate or a little mark at the front, but it's just been a great all-around vlogging lens minus the focus motor sound.
It's funny. I also took the 28-1.8 G lens with me, which is I also bought that used from I bought it used, and it's actually like not a bad lens either. Like it's not like spectacular, but it did a good job. It did a better job than I expected. Because I was shooting like both the main lenses with the FTZ. I usually don't do that. I usually use Z lenses, but I don't know. It all worked out pretty well, except the 70-200. That's a Z lens, and that thing's incredible. You can't even argue with that. Yeah, It's just such a
I love arguing. I'm just kidding.
It just there's something about it, like it just.
Baron, I have an idea. We should try doing a lens shootout street battle between your 70-200 Z mount lens, and I'll bring my F mount 70-200 version 1.
Sure. Where
that could be fun.
Are you coming to Austin, or do I have to go to Calgary?
No. Virtual street battle. No, I'll just go to the local zoo and take pictures of trapped birds. It's going to be great.
It'll be a virtual tie.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like my street battles I do with my buddy Pete in Korea. He usually picks a focal length, then we both just go out and shoot and then kind of put one video together. But he picked 135 primes for this week, and woof. Like, it was bad. Like, I have the only 135 I have is a Takamar, but it's a 3.5 fixed aperture. So I was trying to do that in low light freehand, and it was just awful. I was shooting like a 1/80 shutter freehand, and it was just, I think I got one photo that was somewhat unblurry, and the rest of them were just utter poo. It was bad.
I couldn't even play. I don't even have a 135.
See, that's a good thing though. Like that's a good problem to have.
Yeah. I feel like I'd get it if they make the Z, well, they are making the Z1. I think I would get that.
That would be cool. Yeah, if it was like a 135, like 2.8 to like 1.4, somewhere in that range, that'd be a sick lens.
I think it's going to be a 1.8.
That would be a nice lens. That'd be a really good portrait lens, actually.
Yeah. I still love the 105, 1.4 though. That's hard to beat.
Jason,
I don't know. There's so many good ones. It doesn't even matter anymore. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. I feel like. I think of the lenses, and I just feel like if I was on a different system, I would just be sad at this point. I really would. Like, I hate to say, like, I don't want to just be a Nikon fanboy, but like I kind of am, I guess. Number one, I've been shooting Nikon for 35 years. Number two, I shoot other systems, and I just don't see I just don't see it. I don't see it. I am jealous a little bit of the 2870 f2 lens from Canon, just because I think that's a really useful lens for event. And for that, I like, that's the one lens. I almost thought about getting like an R6 just to get that lens. But like, that's the only one. That's the only one I can think of that like I would be like actually wanting to get, that Nikon's not covering or going to cover upcoming. And yeah, the 35-1.2 and like, and the 135, like you don't, what other, like, I'd like to see a 28. I just met with, you know who I met with, Chuck? Joe Stroud. Joe, right? You guys know Joe, right?
So you linked up with Joe.
Yeah, Joe and I had coffee last
Another
week.
coup for the community.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Like, he's a great guy. He's got some really cool like swamp shots, like from going out in the swamps.
Oh yeah.
Really cool stuff. Like really, really cool. And he's a super fan of that 28-1.4. It's an F mount lens, but more of a modern one. It's like it's an E series lens. And he loves that lens. I actually never used it. Like I said, I used the 1.8G. I have that one, but it's like the stepchild, you know. But he loves that 1.4, and it's one I thought about many times, but I kept hoping like they would come out with a Z28, and I'm not talking about the 2.8. I mean, I think that's a good lens, but for me, like if it's not f2 or faster, it doesn't work for events for me. That's just for me. But
well, he
Yeah.
has a signature style that is just phenomenal. And he told me, he's already submitted a photo, so I'm going to give a little bit away. He told me he's working on trying to do something that maybe people won't recognize. So I won't mention which photo when we go through them, and just see if anybody can pick his out of the pile. But typically we can, because we like what he does, and it's different.
Are you talking about Joe?
Yeah. Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a really interesting guy, like really cool guy.
No, he is. Oh, the room is full, and a guest trying to join.
I'll never leave. Never.
One more. If you need it, let me know. I can drop out and just listen.
Well,
wait a second. Wait, Joe, you're saying you want 10-bit on your Z6?
Yeah, I've been looking up for some hacks.
Yeah, isn't that just called an Atomos?
Yeah.
No, that's see, that's fancy. You're in fancy land. I'm on F-bound FPZ adapted land, right? Those are two very different countries. They're both great. We love them, but they are different, separated by a very large border of monies. No, there was this
now, Gustavo, hang on a second, Joe. Gustavo, we're good now. I thought, it was giving me erroneous information because I can have 10 guests. That doesn't include me. So Tim has made it in. Tim, can we hear you?
Tim.
Australian internet at its finest, guys.
Tim, you look like a stop motion movie, and it's magical.
Yeah.
Is Tim Burton directing your life?
Technology is great when it works, and when it doesn't, it's like you just want to run away.
Looks like
rebooted the router, rebooted the computer, and if it wasn't going to work, it was getting thrown out the window.
Sounds like printer technology.
Hey,
we
Jeff,
continue to develop as a society, but the printers never actually improve.
I'm the only guest that uses Chrome as default because I don't have a Mac, and yet I seem to have the biggest issues.
Chuck, I saw you over there on Simon's channel. So you guys are hanging out.
Yeah, Simon's a great guy. Hey, let me. What'd you say, Mozman?
I just said Jeff was leaving, and I wished him good luck tomorrow.
Oh, Jeff, you taking off? You got
other Jeff. Jeff and Leslie.
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, I just said goodnight to him in the chat. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Baron.
No, I saw you were talking on, I guess, even on Simon's channel a bit lately, right?
Yeah, I just I mentioned that earlier. I probably have 30 hours on air this week since last Saturday night. I mean, last Saturday night helps bump that up considerably. So yeah, it's been a busy week in live streaming.
Don't you mean Sunday morning?
Chuck had no problem getting the minimum hour requirement to get monetized on YouTube.
So I have a question. Is everybody in this chat except Joe Mansland? He doesn't count right now because I already know the answer. Is everybody else buying a Z8?
Yeah, probably.
I'm waiting to see.
If it meets all the requirements, that's my thing. I want one for sure, but I would really love the video stuff and this.
So basically the screen is what it comes down to for you.
That screen to me, Wayne, I hate that screen to me, Wayne, scares me.
It'll be great.
The way it swings out like that and you whack something with it, it's gone. That's it.
You don't have it like that all the time, so you'll be fine.
I know, but that's just it's not that good carbon fiber thermoplastic.
No, it's something different.
So wait, can we just go through?
It's just plastic.
It's plastic.
Can we go through from top left, like to right and down as to like? So John Ishii, are you getting a Z8?
Yes.
What's the most important element of it for you?
Nothing. I just
want it. Okay, that's fine.
Because I got a Z. I got so many cameras. I think the Z8, whatever it is, and I'll take it. I ordered it a long time ago.
Okay, that's a good answer.
Anyway.
So Jeff?
Well, I'm on a list, but for it, and primarily as a slightly cheaper alternative to buying another Z9, but I want to have two very good mirrorless bodies to use in tandem with each other, and then have my D850 go on my shelf behind me as something that I'm never going to get rid of, but something I won't use as much. But I'm going to wait till all the specs are out. I mean, I'm on a list. If I don't like what I see when it comes out, then
what's one feature that would be in such a way that you would not get it because of that?
I think it's important to me that it still has as good a buffer, especially shooting birds in flight, sometimes shooting at 20 frames a second. I want to make sure that the buffer capacity is still good. I wouldn't want that to be
good or as good.
As equal to.
Because I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, that's why I may not buy it.
Okay. That's what I'm asking.
I have to see what they do. I mean, I don't.
It's definitely not going to be as good if you're shooting to both cards. That's a fact. Assuming it's not 2 CF Express, which it sounds like it might not be.
Doesn't sound like it will be.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a bummer that it's not 2 CFEB cards, but I could work around that.
Mozman, what about you?
I'll tell you, if it's too much over 4,000, probably not.
Okay.
I agree.
Next. Yeah.
Yeah, because I just don't see there's not too much of a price differential from that and the Z9.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you're going to add a grip to it. I'd love to see the buttons carried over from the Z9, the illuminated buttons.
I think from the mock-up we saw, again, who knows if it's real, but the one that rumors showed, I saw they had the light button on it.
Yeah, but okay. Because I saw one where it wasn't. It looked like they weren't illuminated. So, but again, we don't know what's real.
Illumination. I saw that you could pull the light. It's on the on-off switch. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully they carried over. It'd be nice if you could change the color of them too.
I mean, if it's a UI body, if it's a pro UI body, to me, in part, that means it has illuminated back because all the other ones have.
Yeah,
so.
I agree. What else would I want from it? I'm really curious, about the on Nikon rumors. They said it's supposed to have much better autofocus with the telephoto lenses.
Right.
So I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Yeah, exactly. What does it mean? But if that's the case, I mean, I also think that'll just be a firmware update for the Z9. Right. I mean, we're looking at the same internals, but I am curious why it's just with the telephotos and not with all the lenses across the board. So,
well, if that is the case, then they should just drop the 200, 600 with it.
I agree.
Or is it a 180 to 600?
Well, that's the rumor. Is it's a 180 to 600?
Oh, is there a rumor now? I didn't.
Yeah. There's actually
that makes That makes all the difference because I wasn't going to get it, but if it's 180 to 200, that's actually my sweet spot.
Well, there you go.
I only shoot in 180 to 200, so I'm definitely going to get it then.
I mean, there's some pretty good indicators that 180 to 600 or 200 to 600 is going to be out within the next couple months.
So my bigger question is then the 180 versus the 200 is what's the aperture of that lens? Because the 200 500 was a 5.6 across the board. I think.
Yeah. So, I think this is supposed to be variable, starting at 5.6.
So it goes worse than 5.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a 5.6.
Yeah, I would much if it was me, and I'm kind of speaking like out of my butt because I'm not really it's not my forte to shoot long distance and like birds and things like that. But I'd much rather have the aperture than like a little bit extra space on either end, I think.
But keep in mind, it's not an S lens either, so.
Yeah, but the 200 to 500 wasn't a gold ring lens either.
Right.
People seem to like it overall, like at least for the budget market.
Except for the speed, it's kind of slow focusing.
Okay.
Yeah, acquiring its initial acquiring of focus was slow. I mean, once you got locked on, you were good, but getting there, sometimes you would miss the shot. But for the money, you couldn't beat it. I mean, I had that lens, and hey, I took a lot of shots with it that I liked. So I mean, it's.
I figure it's sub $2,000. I think it has to be. I think the 200 to 500 was like $1,499 or something. So I figure with inflation, it's going to be like just below 2,000 probably. And I think it'll be good. Like it'll be, because of the Z mount, I think it'll have a better like edge to edge kind of thing going.
Oh, I think it'll be an excellent lens, yeah, regardless of whether it has an S designation or not.
I agree. I mean, the 40 millimeter lens is excellent. For those of you that may have used it, I don't know. I love it. I have like almost all the S primes. I don't have the knock like Vahagen does, but I have most of the other ones, and I think that 40 millimeter lens is pretty great. It's definitely like you can see it lacking in certain ways versus the 50, but in most of those respects, it's not even a negative. The way that it lacks is kind of like the 58 1.4G. It's like it's almost like nice because of those problems. It's not even like, they're not bad problems. They're like good problems, I think. But
yeah, the 180 to 600 or 200 to 600, whichever it is. And I guess Peter's leaning towards a 180 to 600. He may have some information on that. Should you sell your 2 to 500? I'm not going to say you should or shouldn't. But his speculation is, based on whatever he's received, is that the let's just say the 180 to 600 is what, mid-July, I think was his latest projection.
June, July.
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't bank on that, but that's a decision. That's a tough decision to make.
The answer is probably yes. The answer is probably yes. By the way, if I was guessing.
Someone that we have some history here with on this stream talked to somebody who's a Nikon ambassador that kind of said that this thing is coming. They've already seen it. They've already used it, and it's going to be here this summer, June, July. So,
but I'm saying my guess. I believe that for sure. But my guess is that it's worth getting. It'll probably be worth getting rid of the 200 to 500 once that's out.
Oh, I agree. Before.
Yeah, and then if you have a D850, which I still have one that I'm planning to keep, but when I sold my other D850, I sold it before the Z9 came out, and I got a fair price for it. As soon as the Z9 came out, the D850 price tanked, and the D850 price is going to tank even worse once the Z8 comes out. So if you really think you're going to get a Z8 and you feel you have to sell a D850 in order to get it, I would definitely try to get what you can now, because it's just going to do nothing but go down even lower.
I think if you have a D850 at this point, you should keep it. It's just like it's a legacy camera now.
Wait for the hipsters to come
I don't
into the
have
market
one at this
and buy
point, but
in a few years.
Yeah, I mean, my struggle is going to be if I get the Z8, I'm going to have to unload, or I'm going to choose to unload some F-mount glass, and I might just keep a couple lenses that I could use on the D850, maybe those that I won't get any money for. Basically, I'll hang on to so I have something to put on it. But I'll probably sell most of my F-mount glass.
Well, thanks to Nikon and their delay, I've had a chance to actually save all the money I need for my Z8.
There you go. That's one good thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, wait, let's ask Gustavo. Are you getting a Z8?
Probably yes, but I'm with Mossman and Jeff on a price versus another C9.
Okay.
It's a capability, definitely having a smaller body, so that you can travel, put it in your suitcase without having to bring the big body. That's important, but it had to be a baby C9 in a smaller frame at an adequate price.
Okay. And what?
Yeah, if it's $4,500, I mean that's.
Yeah, I don't think that's even. I don't even believe that at all.
I think with a grip, it should be no more than 4K with the grip.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a little optimistic. I think the body itself is somewhere between like 37 and 39.
It's got.
But the grip could be $400 because they have.
Yeah, well, the D850 grip was. Yeah.
So if it's
like
30,
was basically $400.
That's why I'm saying I think you're optimistic, because if it's 3,800 and then with the grip you're looking at 4,200.
You'll be over 4. Yeah,
but I think 4,200 is still okay for both.
I think the magic number is $1,000 less than the Z9
with grip.
Have a CA with a grip.
Yeah.
Right. So that gives room then.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, if I wanted a grip, I've said this before. I like the Z9 or the flagship, the vertical grip built in, because there is a difference between the way they feel with a battery grip. I don't plan on buying the battery grip at all. I have no reason for it because I have tried battery grips on my D500, my D850, and I just don't like it. I mean, if I had to have it for something, then that's different. But
no, you're absolutely right, Chuck. I never like grips.
No,
they just don't have the same ergonomics. It doesn't feel right.
No,
I have used it.
Add on.
I think like Roy, I have used it in all my D300, D800, D850. They all have one problem. That little wheel to attach it, or we get loose, and sometimes the battery is not working. So you have to constantly be tightening it up, that little knob. So I think, but it's a good convenience. Right? For once, you don't have to buy the grip immediately, right? You can delay your grip buying for another $500 a little bit later. But also is the capabilities of going small or big as required. But if I get a C8, I probably will get eventually the grip as an option.
I mean, I've been using the grip since the F4, and
hey, Baron, I'm sorry. Hang on just a second. I mean, we got QSR. He's been in here before from Romania, and I just want to let him know. We'll get to that in a minute. There are some other things, other rumors, but as Daryl said, Z8 is taking up all the oxygen in the room. There's just no way to avoid it. It is the hottest thing right now, pending. So, but we'll get around to some more of this. But thanks for tuning in. That's another pin, a flag in the map. What an international audience we have, man. It is just fantastic. I'm sorry, Baron, go ahead.
No, Chuck, of course, man. In regard to your comment, I think your comment is interesting because it just shows what you always say, which is there's what one guy wants is totally different than what another guy wants, and vice versa. And you said well, I just like the grip, built in, and I respect that. Like if I would I guess for me, I have two different use cases, and one, the grip is great, and the other one, I don't like the grip. So either I buy both cameras, you know what I'm saying? Or the one can be both.
No. And I mean, that's the whole reason for the grip. Absolutely. I agree with you. But, and it makes it a little more convenient for me because I have the Z9, just like, before I had the grips for the D850, the D500, but I also had a D5. So, but there is a different feel. If I couldn't afford the full body, portrait gripped camera, the flagship, if you will, I might have shot with the grip more. I don't know, but there is a difference between the two. There's nothing wrong.
I always could have afforded it, but in the past, until the Z9, the flagships never had the resolution.
Yeah.
And
Chuck, I have this angle, right? When I taught photography and I had a bunch of students, I always demanded they have a grip. All right. And here's the reason why. The reason why is this: when I set up a model shoot, with a bunch of students, all right?
Yeah.
And if they didn't have a grip, their elbows would be sticking out.
Yeah.
To the right, like this. Yeah. And it would block the person behind it. And it was
I could see that
small
from your
details
perspective.
It's a problem, and then and people get in each other's way.
Yeah.
So to solve that, I say everyone's got to have a grip so they can hold it like this instead of like this.
Well, it's definitely more stable. It's a more stable platform to keep your elbows in.
Yeah,
so,
I understand that it's more stable like this.
It also doesn't block anybody.
But in teaching ways, when you do this, when you got 12 people doing this, I mean, it creates a mess.
John just told everybody, get a grip, and then they got confused.
Well, exactly. Get a grip, literally.
John, you
and click his affiliate links.
John, you'd be mad at me because
hey, Chuck, can you move me away from Jeff after that joke? Just put me down on the bottom.
It's disgusting.
Oh man!
I mean,
John,
personally, I don't like
even with
grips,
the Z9, I'm holding it like this instead of using the actual shutter button on the grip. I'm bad about that. So you'd be yelling at me for certain.
I've done that.
I just like holding mine like this.
I've done that myself. I've just done that myself a few times. But
so Baron, there are quite a few people that are talking about posting in the chat talking about that they're going to get the Z8, or maybe they aren't. But so I can't keep count of who's saying what, but I'm trying to monitor it for you with your question that's going around the horn.
I mean, I think
But
that camera's going to sell tremendously.
4,500 euros. I mean, come on.
It's going to be the best-selling Nikon camera, probably might be ever. I think
it might be. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, time will tell.
And it should be. And now with the lenses you can put on that camera, like you could give me like any system you're going to put up against that.
Yeah,
I mean, if you don't book to grip or not to grip, to me, is going to depend on what does that grip give me for benefits? Is it going to have an EL18 battery option for the grip, like the D850 did?
Yeah.
Is it going to having the grip? Is it going to give me faster frames per second that I might want and or need as a wildlife shooter? Is it going to be a necessity to have the extra power in the grip if you're shooting 8K, if you want to have enough time to shoot long enough 8K video clips? So until we know really what the benefit is of the grip or not the grip, I mean, I would probably get it because I like a grip, but I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the benefit is of the grip. Is it?
And just so people know, that wouldn't be a first. Like the D850, you got an extra couple frames a second when you had the grip. So
wasn't there two grips for that camera?
There was only one Nikon.
I thought there was a grip that had two regular batteries, and there was one that had the bigger batteries. It's
the same. It's the same grip.
It comes with trays.
It comes with adapters.
So if you put the two regular ones in, you didn't get the faster shutter rate. Is that right or not right?
Well, hang on a second. With the grip, it has the ability to accept the EL18 battery, but you have to buy the grip, the battery door that attaches to the battery that fits that battery grip.
Oh. But did you get the frame rate enhancement with the regular batteries or only with the bigger battery?
I think you did with the dual EL15 batteries in the grip. I think you did.
You still did. So it wasn't just the 18.
I think. I won't swear to that.
No, I'm not sure. I'm
not sure about that either, but I actually don't know.
One advantage of the grip is that you could put AA batteries. So if you're in an emergency,
that option. You had that option too. You could load it up with AA batteries too.
Mm-hmm. And that was advantageous if you're in the field.
Yeah, I remember the days I used my F5 and I'd have that thing just jammed full of AA's.
The F4 grip did that too. I remember that.
All right, so let's do this to get through this portion. We keep, and there's nothing wrong with that, but we got a lot of other questions out there on similar topics and everything else. Let's get all the way through the process of who's buying and who isn't. I think
so who's next? Chuck, you're next, but I think we know your answer.
Well, yeah, you know my answer. I mean, here's the only thing that will cause me to stop and think is if we find out that it is like a 61 megapixel sensor. What is the sensor? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm banking on the fact that it's going to be a Z9, baby Z9. I mean, it appears to be, but I'm banking on that. If that's the case, then I'm all in. Unless, and I don't even want to entertain this because I think it's foolishness. You know, it is going to be something ridiculous in price. I really believe it's going to be priced competitively with the R5, the A7 R5 and such. So, you know, right now I'm basically all in. I'm trying to pre-order with my camera store right now, but they won't do it until Nikon is definitive on what it is.
So far they've been light on the body prices, and they've been, you know, reasonably heavy on the lens prices.
Yeah.
I reserve one for Wayne.
Yeah. So yeah.
I agree with Chuck though. If it's a 61 megapixel sensor, I'm out.
Yeah, but we don't know. You guys, you're still. can I just say one thing, Wayne, and then we want your answer. But you guys say that, and I think first I do think at this point it is going to be the 45 sensor.
Yeah, so do I.
But I could imagine a world where it came out and it had a higher megapixel sensor, and they're using this HE technology, which now they obviously aren't, like the lawsuit's over as well, PS, which we know now. So that's gone. And they add the small, medium, and large potential, like what it used to be, where you could switch between raw file sizes.
Yeah.
So back in the day with that D850, the pros were using that, like different categories of pros were using that camera at different raw file setting, depending on what they were shooting. So I do think that the 61 megapixel camera could be reasonable if it had a lot of capacity to be shot at different modes, and then adding the HE star to that, you can get the files down pretty manageable. Even
Baron, it's not the modes that I'm concerned with.
It's going to be the speed.
Yes. Will it be, if it's a 61 megapixel sensor out there? Will it have all the capability, speed, buffer, or name it?
It might at 40. It might in a medium raw at 40.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole
thing.
point.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends what you mean by
The
that.
Sensor readout speed is going to be slower for one thing.
Yes,
it could be a stack sensor. I mean,
stack 61.
Yeah,
we don't know. Like you, if I told you that the Z9 was going to be a 45 megapixel camera that was a stacked BSI sensor, if I told you that in July of 2021, you would have told me I was fucking crazy.
Wow. Freaking crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
No, but nobody thought that. I remember I was on nobody thought that. Like no.
Well, no.
Yeah, Ray.
No, we didn't, because we were still looking for the Z9.
But what I'm saying is they came out with something that was so far beyond. Everybody was debating whether it was going to be a 20 megapixel or a 24 megapixel camera.
I wasn't.
Debate about the Z9.
No, I wasn't. I know there's so many people. Again, this is the whole demographic that Nikon's trying to get away from. All the film shooters out there that suffered through the DSLR days, but fell in love with a couple of cameras, and that's all they want. They want 12 megapixel, 24 megapixels. That's enough. There are people that want, like you. Wait. Like you, there are people that want higher megapixel cameras. But for me, there is a limit, and how high we're going to go, and I agree with you. They can have all the compression options in there, and that could influence me, yes. But then again, right now, and you're absolutely right. Nikon could pull a rabbit out of its hat and give us a stacked sensor, 61 megapixel sensor. But the other thing is I don't think Nikon wants to go that route, Baron. Why does Nikon want to go 61 megapixel? And what sensor do you know is out there? I think Nikon wants to go one better. Look at what they've done so far. Again, pieces to the puzzle logic here. It's not old-time thinking.
Who else is using the Z9 sensor right now?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
Nothing.
I don't know either, but I think the answer is nobody.
Well, that's why they should go with that.
My point is, it doesn't matter that it doesn't exist right now, because the Z9 sensor also didn't exist.
I agree, but there is no 80 megapixel sensor that we know of, and I have said over and over and over that the Z7 series is going to be the high megapixel body, and that one may have a new sensor that we haven't heard of.
I'll tell you the argument that I heard the one argument I've heard that made me think that it shouldn't be a higher megapixel was from Frames, who told me that he did some research, and evidently, and this is all I'm just like secondhand information right now. Yeah. Evidently, at f8, you do not detect diffraction at f8 until approximately 50 megapixels.
Yeah,
Now this is something that the Nikon engineers would care about, because these guys are like super tech guys. So to me, if that is true, a 45 megapixel camera makes perfect sense to me now, because they would be pushing the boundary and not going over it, because they care about fidelity. And they care about that more than other companies do.
Well, do you think the percentile between the two, 45 and 61, because that's the only sensor that we know of that's larger right now, do you think that the percentage is high enough to, to really want 61 over 45, or is it just a bragging right?
But I didn't think it would be 61. I thought it would be like 80.
Well, yeah.
And no, I'm serious. Just here, like, again, this is before the diffraction, like, knowledge. So, like, put that aside for a second, because I looked at it like the Fuji has a 40 megapixel APS-C sensor, and that's approximately 90 megapixels full frame.
Yeah.
So we know, like, that is being done already. And so to me, I looked at it like, why not? Why would Nikon not? If you want the Z8 to be like the camera that a pro could buy and just do anything, it doesn't matter what. Like, every category is totally like 100% maxed out.
Yeah.
Then to me, like, pushing the megapixel boundary matters. Now, do I ever need more than 45 megapixels? No, definitely I don't. I'm 24 is serving me pretty well right now, to be frank. Okay, but what I'm saying is there's guys out there that are doing like product photography and commercial stuff that like actually could make use of that. They could, and maybe they would want to if they had the alternative.
Yeah, absolutely. And they will. My prediction is they will. They'll have it in the Z7 series. That's the whole point. But no, the problem is everybody wants it in the Z8 because 8 equals 850, and the D850 was the high megapixel body in the Nikon lineup, and they're just attached to that whole thing. You're getting the D850 mirrorless in the Z8 right now.
I agree. I agree.
That's a given. That's a given.
I agree with that. But remember, when the D850 came out, it was a shock that it was 45 megapixels. Like, that was a huge jump that nobody ever saw.
No, it wasn't a huge jump. Now it really wasn't.
At the time, 36 was considered extremely high megapixel.
Yeah.
Like they thought it was going to be an extension of the D810.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that it's going to look.
I'm not either.
To me, I didn't think Z9 would have been 45 megapixels. So you could argue they've already made the jump, right? Because Z9 was already more than anyone really thought it was going to be. But
no, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's no guarantee that it is going to be the baby Z9. I know that Peter has, he has knowledge of what's coming. He knows what's absolutely erroneous and what isn't, and he's not going to give up any of his sourcing for any of the information he has. So when he puts it out, it's not just he dreamed it up. He has something that's leading him towards making the statement for the rumors. So I think that the Z9 will be, or the Z8 will be the baby Z9, but at the last minute, that could be all false. And based on, what he got as far as information, it could be wrong. And it could be the 61 megapixel sensor. I don't want it to be 61 megapixels because I don't want Nikon rehashing a sensor that's been out there for a while in the Sony camp.
First of all, Chuck, I agree with you 100%. If they're going to put the junky Sony 61 megapixel sensor in there, I don't want that either.
Let me jump in here for a second, guys. As you guys are talking about this stuff, I'm showing the patent. There are a couple sensors that Nikon patented in the last 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
There's a new patent that came out for a backside illuminated sensor just a couple of days ago. So the sensors that are being made, that are coming online, they don't ever put what the megapixel is. They just put the technology behind what they're doing. So the sensors that are coming, whether or not it's going to be a high megapixel, low megapixel, stuff is coming. I doubt they would ever use the old Sony sensor. And I think that's why people get up, people say 61 megapixel sensor. Everybody's thinking Sony. Nikon always has Sony produce their own sensor.
Here lately, yes.
Sony sensor that they're using. They request what they want from Sony semiconductor manufacturer.
Agree.
Remember that.
Right. You're absolutely right, Rain. But the problem with it is it's got Sony attached to it when they hear 61, because that's what Sony's using right now. And that makes a big difference when it comes to marketing and everything else. And I just want to address this comment. You just want Z9 buyers to regret. No, I absolutely do not. Do you think that they would have any less regret if it had all these features and video and everything in it, but it was 80 megapixel?
I'll tell you.
Would Z9 buyers then regret?
I would rather, if if the diffraction issue was not the case, this is a big if because I don't know the facts here. So if it's not true about the diffraction, I would prefer the camera be higher megapixel with options to shoot at lower megapixels. Right? That's what I would prefer. But if it's true that after that point there is diffraction at f8, then I agree that Nikon made a good decision to stay at 45. So that's on the technical side. Now there's also a business side, which is they may well just have a huge stock of those sensors, and it may just make more sense for getting the camera in everyone's hands. And honestly, it's not that much of a compromise, if at all, because as we all agree, 45 megapixels is sufficient for the lion's share of all photography at the moment. So I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm just telling you like what I think. And I'll tell you this, I don't think the Z8 needs to be as fast of a frame rate as the Z9. I think
nothing has to be.
No, but yeah. I'm saying like Jeff, you're saying, you know, gee, if it doesn't shoot as fast as the Z9, that makes me not necessarily want it. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you know, the Z9 is a specialist, and I don't think the Z8 is going to, it may shoot as fast, but it won't shoot as fast for as long. And
well, that's a possibility. Yeah.
I think that's to be expected. And I think that's normal. And I think as a backup camera, that's okay. Because if you're using it as a backup to your Z9, then honestly, odds are you're using your Z9. So if you're going to update the Z9, you know, in the near future, you're going to supersede what it's doing right now. And I don't think it's a big issue right now for them to make it equal to the Z8 to the Z9. I don't think that that's an issue. And I don't worry about diffraction. Yes, I know there are people out there that do, but I can't see enough difference, even when it is shown that it makes enough difference for the majority of the people out there. Now, that doesn't mean Nikon, you know, wants to put out a camera that could have a pixel peeping issue. Yes, I understand that.
Oh, puppy.
Wayne, what did that say about diffraction, that article? What were you
Randall, I
showing?
love your dog.
It's basically the lens design and how to manage that, basically. So
diffraction is determined in part by the lens design. Is that what that's saying?
Yes, it's a whole lot of read.
So then I don't even know what's real anymore, because my guess is the S-line lenses have been manufactured from the start to go up to 100 megapixels. That's my guess.
I asked this a long time ago, man. I said, if it's real and somebody can prove it and not just give me some theoretical thing, I'm all in, you know, on okay, it exists. But
I think, you know, when people hear things, the internet go crazy about these things that could be an issue. The manufacturers are always going to make something to mitigate the issue.
Yes.
Put something out that's going to cause problems. They're always working on fixing the issue out there and making sure that anything new that comes out is not going to be an issue.
I mean,
but
selfishly, Chuck, I could just be like, I don't care about diffraction at all, because I shoot 95% of my shots at f2.8 or faster. So why do I care about diffraction?
So the 10% that do are you know, believers and think it's going to affect what they do. You know, again, there is no perfect camera out there. I understand that as well. But now let me go back to Z9 regret. There are going to be people that are going to, you know, of course, that bought the Z9. Very few though, and let me tell you why. It'll be the people that bought the Z9 when they shouldn't have, but they bought it because of the price and because it was all this new wonderful technology. But the majority of the people that wanted a Z9 were never going to buy a Z9. And this is what I based my projection on. How many people in chat everywhere were talking about they want that in a smaller body. They don't want that full grip, vertical grip body. And believe it or not, that's a reason that people will continue to buy the Z9 over whatever else comes out. So what we're saying is, you know, Nikon is in a position now to give the people what they want, what they wanted from the beginning. Had the Z8 come out before the Z9, I would have no problem with the Z9 coming out afterwards, because I got what I wanted. But I probably would have bought the Z9 because I also like that large body. But it would complement the Z8 as the Z8 will complement the Z9.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think the Z9 will still be a better sports shooter than the Z8, and rightfully so. And I also think the Z9 will still do like the high-end video stuff for longer periods of time.
Yeah,
like, it just will.
Yeah.
It's still going to be better than the Z8 in many ways.
Joe, I'm sorry, Joe. I know you got to go. You got to go do what you got to do, man. Sorry, but tell us real quick your Z8. You know the Z8 question.
Yeah, I'm not going to buy it. No, I'm just going to watch the release, talk about it, and dream about it. But it's one of those things that the Z8. I think for me it's just exciting because it marks a lot of that great technology from the Z9 going down into another camera, right? So that autofocus, the better processor, all that good stuff. So, is a Z8 a camera for me? No, it's too much camera. I don't care if it's 61 megapixels or 45. Yep. I'm not a product guy, and I don't print big stuff, right? So for me, 24 megs, like honestly, if they kept 24 megs in the Z6 III, but could do 6K and all this other things we've talked about with 10-bit, I would be a happy camper. Whenever I have to do anything that's for clients that require that they want to print stuff off, I just rent a Z7. I did that once. It was great. Worked just fine.
You're the most practical guy here, by the way.
Thank you. But yeah, so anyways, I think in the end of the day, like it's just exciting that we're getting a new camera. And, I think that there's going to be a lot of debates between now and when it comes out, which is great, by the way. Like, I think that these conversations are fun and, there's so many different shooters, and having a camera like a baby Z9 is going to appeal to a lot of people, but I think there's an even wider group of people that it won't appeal to just because of the price, and also having it be more of a beast in so many areas, right? It's great for photo, it'll be great for video, but for the average person that might be doing like professional work on the side, but then having a day job, a camera getting closer to that like 2,500 to 3,000 US mark is kind of closer, right? Like my anticipation hopefully is the Z6 III comes out in the fall. Yep. I hold off until January, and then I sell my old Z6 for like $1,000, and then I only am out $2,000.
No, that's the last one made in Japan. Hold on to it.
I will. But
that just means you can sell it for more.
There you go.
Yeah, right there. It's a collector's item because my channel's so famous. I'm kidding. No, but it's going to be interesting. I am excited, and it's good. There's going to be lots of fun discussions between now and then. But I'm looking forward to seeing more is when you guys get that camera, because I will probably be sending out an APB to have you review it on my channel. Because again, I'm not going to get one. I'm not going to get one. Nikon's never going to send me anything, and that's okay. I can live with that. I'm the bad boy. I sit in the corner. No one gives me anything.
Z6 III is going to be such a great camera. I'm sure I'm going to get one.
Nope.
Oh yeah. No, it's going to be awesome.
Joe, Nikon's not sending me anything unless I give him my credit card number, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, no, okay. Like I said before, I'm trying to get to 50,000 subs, and when I do, I think I might be eligible to review a Hasselblad. That's what the Hasselblad marketing guy said. He's like, you get to 50,000, we can maybe do a project. And
let me tell you, with 50,000 subs, you'll get about $8 a month in AdSense too, man. So.
Then I can buy a Z8.
Yeah, there you go. All right,
$8 a month. I'll be able to get the Z8 once it's irrelevant, and then I can review it on my channel.
There you go. Yeah, thanks, Joey. I appreciate you getting in here, man.
Hey, my pleasure. Have a great night, folks.
Hi, Joe.
Hey,
Bye,
Randall.
guys.
Before we get off track again, you're up.
Okay, so price is not too much. I can wait to see if there's any bugs because everybody be testing it. I want no overheating, no time limits. I love the Z7 II. I got the Z6 II. I got a lot of Nikon cameras, right? But they're all mirrorless. But I've been doing shoots on this camera. It doesn't do 8K. So how many in this group does 8K?
Great.
Video or photos?
Video.
Now, do you do 8K, Wayne, on your Sony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last few videos I put out have been 8K.
Okay. So
again,
the other thing
people think that we're
is,
doing we're actually recording theatrical plays or something. No, 8K has a place, and it's not for long-term video or long time video. But go ahead, Randall. Sorry.
well, so it doesn't matter about the LCD screen. Okay, there's works around it. I would love to have 2 CFS Express cards.
Yeah.
The one thing is, would it have a dual processor besides a stat sensor? You know, yeah, you would think so, right? Like the
I
Z9?
think it'll probably have a new processor.
You think it might be possible to get a quad processor? You know,
Well, the
that
processor that's
leapfrog-
in the Z9 processor does well. I don't think it's been fully tapped just yet.
No.
But what
Yeah.
I'm seeing in this whole pattern stuff with some kind of processor, it may have something else to help with in the imaging system. So maybe get things out faster. Maybe it'll be an AI chip like the Sony camera. You still have your main chip and you have that little smaller chip to handle some of this autofocus and so on.
Okay, and then the main problem is
down the aperture on the lens, the image gets sharp.
yeah. Also, the fact that it goes on sale and then it's sold out. They didn't make enough. That was the other thing that would get me. But I can wait. I can get it about a year later, like the Z9. You know, but it all depends on the price, and I'm just waiting to see if there's any bugs there. Nikon's pretty good with their firmware. They eventually update it and fix things. But right now, I'm just holding off before any purchase of the Z8. And I wouldn't mind getting another Z7 too. So this is still a 45 megapixel camera.
They're on sale.
Great
right
camera.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Randall, what you're saying right now is you're not buying it immediately.
right, not now.
Okay.
I'm just waiting to see.
Do you have a Z9?
Excuse me?
Do you
I
have a
didn't hear
Z9?
No, I don't.
Okay, yeah, me neither. If I had a Z9, I probably wouldn't buy it immediately. But I didn't buy a Z9 expecting to buy this, expecting this to be a year ago.
So I am looking for a smaller one instead of like a DSLR or a big grip like Chuck wants. I like a smaller camera, not like a Sony. That's why I picked Nikon. I do have Sony cameras, and they're great, but I like the simplicity and the buttons on the Nikon. And also like, I use Canon too, but my love is Nikon. So that's my.
Chuck, can you go back a comment?
Yeah, we lost you.
Yeah. This one.
You said what you liked about the Z6.
Yeah, this one right here. I just want to say that, I was shooting the Z9 for about a year now. If that's the last camera I ever have, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I mean, the images that I'm getting out of that camera with the Z glass are phenomenal. So it's never going to be a dinosaur. And the Z8, just because the Z8 comes out, even if it's, minutely better in one or two specs, that it doesn't diminish what the Z9 is.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I've taken mine to hell and back.
I mean, every time I look at my images from the Z9, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm floored. They're phenomenal.
They just blow you away.
The Z9 is going to be a better camera in all aspects. Even if the Z8 got some most newer tech on it, the Z9 is built to a level of ruggedness that the Z8 will not have.
And
all I need is one large body camera, which is what I've always had. Obviously, it would have cost a lot more to buy a second D5 or D4, but I just wanted one, and I really like it for what I was doing at the time. And that was a lot of action photography. And anyway, I loved my D850. Don't get me wrong. When I pick on the D850, I'm not picking on it. It was a great camera. I think that we're seeing better cameras coming out in the mirrorless line. So you can't, a lot of times people want to hang on to a camera model they're just in love with it. They fell in love with it and there's just nothing that's ever going to replace it. So, and I understand that too, but that doesn't mean there aren't better cameras coming out. So I understand your
my
frustration.
portion
Maybe
right
it's a financial thing. You know, I paid this much for the Z9 and now I could have got, you can't get the Z9 cheaper. So don't look at the Z8 that way. You could have got the Z9 cheaper. No, you can get a lot of the features that are in the Z9. And when it's all said and done, if you want the larger body like the Z9 and you buy a battery grip with extra batteries and everything else, you've pretty much bought a Z9 almost. So
I don't think the Z8 will be better than the Z9 in any way.
You just have to enjoy what you have too. I mean, look at TVs. There's new OLEDs coming out every single year. If you get bogged down by specs, you're going to always regret what you have.
Yeah.
Just enjoy what you have.
Yeah.
It's like computers. They're outdated within 6 months because there's always something better.
Let me give you
in my
point
years
on
of
it.
experience, as a photojournalist, and I've been in some pretty hairy situations. I mean, your gear is the most important thing you got. And when you got cops beating on you and you got CS gas spraying on you, you want your stuff to go. You want your stuff to work because you need to meet that deadline and editorial. And that's the way I'm always thinking. So I need one device like a Z9, which is just, it's the name one is, it's a tank, and it comes through every picture after picture.
You know,
I need it.
the unfortunate thing is there's never a good time to switch. You know, when people are talking, I'll use this as an example. I mean, even Sony shooters agree Sony should have gone to the CF Express B card rather than the A. Even they will admit that. But if they did it in the next model, then everybody's going to complain because they've invested in so many CF Express A cards. So there is no good time to make a change, make a switch, because half the people are going to complain about the change, right? Same thing could be taking place right here with the Z9. I say again, and I think if you follow what I'm proposing, I do believe that the Nikon Z9, and you may not agree with this, but the Nikon Z9 was the body they chose to go with. And it was the 90% solution, not the 100% solution. This is me speaking from my heart here. And that camera is coming though, whether it's a Z9 II or whatever other number they're going to use. I'm telling you that I really believe within the next couple of years at the most, that camera is coming. And why not at least with the Z8, bring it out in the place it should be, doing what it should be doing. And everybody talks about it's not going to surpass the Z9, and I know that that's what I love about Barron. He keeps me on my toes, keeps me thinking. But somebody brought up the Canon R8 shoots 40 frames per second. It may not have much of a buffer. Okay. I get that. But the bottom line is the tech is there. It's not such a stretch. It's not a money costing feature to put in a camera anymore, where it used to be with a shutter and everything else. But with electronic shutter, there's no reason why I couldn't shoot at 50 frames per second. It's just where they want to limit it. So that isn't a reason to say that, the Z8 won't be as, I mean, what are they going to do? What are we going to do? Use the cripple hammer on the Z8 and say, well, they could shoot 70 frames per second, but we can't outdo the Z9. I don't see Nikon doing that, folks. I really don't, especially when Canon and Sony are pushing all these features down into their lower tier cameras. So I expect that it will outperform the Z9 in certain areas. I can't tell you all, but it's going to have some things. However, as you've said, Wayne, and others have said, a firmware update will actually bring the Z9 up to the level of the Z8 in some areas, not all. And somebody brought up heat dissipation. I would agree with that. And that's one of the things I said before. Don't get too upset because it doesn't have the mass to dissipate heat like a Z8 body would. However, if Nikon has some secret sauce brewing out there and they found a way to not dissipate heat, but to reduce heat, period, in the processing of the camera, then that might not be as big a problem. And I hope everybody would agree or would welcome that, because that means all the cameras that come out after it are going to have this capability. So,
no, I agree with Mosman. I think Mosman, I'm on the same page with Moz.
What's that?
I mean,
the problem with when you say the Canon has a camera at R3, it does this, it does that. The problem is those cameras, the processor speeds are so slow that the rolling shutter is horrendous. So you may be able to do some things, but you may not do those some things well. And that's why you're paying so much less for those bodies than you are other in their same lineup. You know what I'm saying?
Z5 and Z50 shooters out there, would you like 20 frames per second? Even if you don't use it, people are going to say, yeah, why not? Sure, I would. Again, the only thing that may be different is the buffer. I get that as well. But for a short burst, there are people that are going to jump all over that. That's not just marketing. That's a smart planning of a camera body. The R8's doing.
But Chuck, the faster the frame rate, the slower you are.
John, I won't even get into the whole. I agree with you, but the thing about it is it's all about marketing as well. And not to say that it couldn't help, somebody from time to time.
I'm just stating the reality of it, not the marketing. I mean, 200 frames per second, yeah, it's impressive. But at the end of the day, the faster it is, the slower you are.
Okay. Yeah.
And if people don't understand that concept.
That's just it, John. You can't market now to people that understand. That's very few people. You really can't do that anymore.
The peanut gallery is getting bigger and bigger. Chuck.
The side of the box, what's written on the side of the box means more to people now than what's in the box. I got to tell you.
Yeah, that is true.
I would just tell Yam, and he says R3 has a fast readout. Not when you look at the specs. There's only 2 or 3 camera bodies that the readout's fast enough where you basically don't have rolling shutter effects, and the R3 is not one of them. But I got 3 things I just want to throw out quick. When we were talking about the 9 frames per second with the D850, it is definitely only works with the EN-EL18 battery. The 2 EN-15s will not give you 9 frames a second. And we talk about diffraction, the effects of diffraction, and diffraction is real, but the problem is diffraction isn't necessarily, I won't say it has nothing to do with the glass, but primarily the problem with diffraction is when you stop down the lens to like f32, your opening is so small that your light coming in gets affected because the diameter of your aperture is so small. So it's a physical characteristic of the size of your f-stop opening that causes the diffraction more than the glass properties of the lens. Now, I will shoot at f18, and I think I surprised Mozman. I shot some shots with him this week at f18, but I have everything front to back in that photo is tack sharp, and that's why I do it. If I'm doing a land.
Hey, Jeffrey, you remember the day? You remember the days of shooting at f164, right?
No.
Oh, you don't? Well, this is when you shoot jewelry and things like that. You shoot at that. And so, what kind of lenses do that? Well, like Rodenstock. You're familiar with Rodenstock, right? Schneider, Nikon, large format. Then you stop down to 100 plus. 256, but as far as light is, you had 5,000 watt second lights. I mean, it's like the sun, right? And you do multiple blasts, and that's how you get shots of, you're going to shoot for Tiffany's or one of those fancy jewelry diamond shops.
But there are many pros whose books I have bought that will shoot at f18. They're not going to necessarily shoot at f32, but they'll shoot at f18 to do exactly what I'm describing. And I don't have any visible effects of diffraction shooting at f18.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I mean, a lot of them go up to F-32.
Yeah.
You shoot
Yeah.
landscape and stuff. Then it's diminishing
Right.
returns.
Right.
You know, of course, F8 and B there, that type of thing.
Now the third thing I just wanted to throw out is Wayne does what I used to do a lot and look at the patent, what's coming, what patents are being issued and stuff like that. The danger in that, the issue with patents is, one, a lot of patents, companies patent a lot of things, but a lot of those things never come to fruition, number one.
Agreed.
And then secondly, especially when it comes to sensors, a lot of these patents, they don't give you, they give you the information about the technology and the direction they're going with technology, but in many cases, the end result tends to be it's a sensor that's going in a piece of manufacturing equipment, something in a production line environment, not necessarily in a camera. It's a much smaller sensor, so it gives you the hope that they will, if it's in a 1-inch sensor, you know, you hope that it's going to eventually get put in a larger sensor that can go in a camera. But it's years away. It's years away. That's the problem. But you don't get quite enough definition on these patents.
Do certain companies patent things just to throw the competitor off, like false patents?
Yeah.
Do they?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they do it to protect something that they see they're going to be able to do. But the bottom line is they don't always do it. I mean,
no, they don't.
They may have the capability of doing something, but in the end, it may not be cost effective to do it. So they patent it to protect the knowledge and what they've done. But then when it comes down to actually being able to produce it in a cost-effective way, sometimes it just gets dropped and it never happens. But there's a lot of reasons for doing patents. But I'm just saying, I used to do what Wayne does. Nothing wrong with it. I used to watch a lot of the patent stuff, but a lot of the stuff it either never happens or it gets put into optical control manufacturing and not in cameras.
Hey, Jeffrey, you have to know what else is going on in the camera industry to realize what patents could come to fruition. And that's one of the things you have to do. That's putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. You know, I applaud Wayne for going through it, but yeah, you're right. And he and I talked about it, and, you know, we understand most of those patents won't come to fruition, or they may be years away from actually being utilized, but you may run across something that indicates something like, oh, wait a minute, this is what we're hearing, you know, or this is what a competitor's looking at or whatever. And this could be one of those things that you pick up on and put two and two together. It's like, yeah, there's no definite in it. That's the whole guessing game, but that's just Intel 101. You got to put all the pieces together from all sources. So yeah, I agree with you. You know, the majority might get poo-pooed away. And before I go a step further, Vaughan, why aren't you in here?
He's drinking, he said.
Yeah. And Ronald Pollard, would you like to join us, man? You haven't been in a while. You're more than welcome to come in as well. So I just wanted to get that out there. But yeah, man. And that's the great thing about this big round table that we've got here. Everybody gets to walk away with, wow, that makes sense. Or, you know, I don't agree with that, but that, you know, I agree with him, but not him or whatever. And definitely, you know, don't agree with me all the time. But because I'm speculating, I like to think I'm using some logic in doing that. But, you know, I'm not saying I'm going to be right on everything. But one thing for sure is if on May 10th, this is a baby Z9, regardless of how much better or worse it is, if it's a baby Z9, I got one thing right.
That's going to be true for a lot of folks.
Yeah, we'll have to see how right or how wrong I was, and I'm willing to, you know, whatever it is. So, and that's why I'm willing to get into these, you know, these discussions, these debates, and we shouldn't all agree with each other. However, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to take my ball and go home. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Matthew Card, I see you're over there now. And yeah, you're probably going berserk about now because we're in this discussion. Matthew Card keeps me on my toes, man. He keeps me thinking, keeps me honest, no doubt about it, on a regular basis. And, I applaud you, Matthew, for that. All right. So who was it? Chosen by Design. He's shooting the R5. He says, my R5 is 45 megapixels. Yeah, it is. And it's a great camera. So, yeah, I mean, what Canon's doing over there. And I'm not saying the R8 is a competitor with, the A1, the R5, or the Z9. It is not. Okay. But considering what you're getting out of that camera, that's a great thing. And I'll tell you, it's a great marketing thing. And Nikon needs to do the same thing. All right. And that's what we've been talking about. Who out there has a Z5 or a Z50 and wouldn't like some of these features that you're hearing about in the Z8 and the Z9? And guess what? Nikon, I don't think, is going to hold back some of the features that you're seeing. The days of cripple hammers, I think, are over. And you're going to see the AF and stuff like that creep all the way down into the lower tier, as it should. And if Nikon wants to be competitive, they will have to. Who wants to disagree with me there?
Well, I won't disagree on you with regarding the autofocus, but I still think there will always be differences just simply because of cost.
Yeah, but
the one thing they can't screw people on is the AF, because that's just like a taboo at this point to do that.
And if that's all there was, that would be a good thing. I think everybody out there would be happy with that. Yeah. It can't be limited to.
As you guys were asked about the Z8 and so on, I had given my opinion. So since I have to run up, this was basically my Z8. What this had, some of this is what I kind of expected and wanted from the Z8. It's not a perfect camera as far as what I need for video, but it does great things for photo. Is it great for what's what I'm looking for? Let me go along. Let's stick with the video. For that portion, it does well. Records in 8K. The quality is good. The picture quality of this is better than on the FX30. I would say and get the Z8 because I want that camera. What the specs that the Z9 has, having a smaller body as I'm traveling, that would be my reason to get that one and trade this one in.
Hey Wayne, before you split, so YL Camera contacted me yesterday. He asked me, how many you want, 2 or 3?
So he's getting 2 different bodies in Z8 and Z8.
How many you want, John? You want 2 of them or 3 of them? That's a 2, 1 for my buddy. So one for my good buddy.
You think they have some knowledge as far as what's coming, or they just want to see if they should hold on to a certain number for us?
Wayne, before you split, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
One thing that is annoying of the C9 is I use a lot of EV compensation, when taking the manual, correct? And then use the EV compensation to get the right exposure. In the C9, as far as I know, you can, when you switch between video and stills, those EV compensation setting doesn't keep, correct? Between the 2 modes. In the cameras that you have, do they keep, or Jeff, have you find out how to do that trick?
No.
There's a couple of things in there that I see where you can select it separately for the photo side and for the video side. I'm using a ND filter on front of the camera, so usually I don't notice that actually happening. So I can't say for sure. I'd have to try, because when I start shoot video, the settings are different from the video side and it's on the photo side. So that's something I actually looked at. And I don't really use EV compensation. I'll just go with the external filter.
Yeah, I don't see the EV in the video mode having the same effect as it does in the still mode. I mean, I basically just stop down the lens more. Like let's say I'm seeing zebras. I'm going to keep, if I'm shooting 4K 120, I'm shooting at 1/250th of a second. Okay, which is what you're supposed to do. But I will stop the lens down to try to compensate for if I see, I'm getting too many, the highlights are too strong. I'll stop the lens down, but I only want to go so far. And then, like Wayne says, you got to put an ND filter on it to knock things down at some point. But I don't typically shoot late enough in the day to where I run into that problem, because usually by 10 a.m. I'm not taking pictures anymore. I'm a 6:30 a.m. to a 10 a.m. guy, or a 5 p.m. to a 8 p.m. guy. I don't shoot at noontime.
Yeah, but I have the same problem with the DX mode versus, full frame mode. I want them to be the same in my video, or because I try to switch a lot now, more than ever before, between the two modes. So I want more compatibility in the hybrid camera between the settings in stills and the settings in video.
Well, I think the DX mode in video, I like it. I like the fact that it's 2.3x versus 1.5.
Exactly, it's a lot more. Yes.
So that makes a big difference if you're trying to get reach, because if you just had it do the same thing that DX does in the stills mode, you might be a little disappointed. You may say you'd like it to be the same, but I think that 2.3 time crop in video mode is
definitely beneficial.
Is incredible.
Definitely beneficial.
Oh,
but
Maz,
you see
what you got there?
That integration is important.
Hey, Wayne's got to
Maz,
go.
what you got there?
Wayne, thanks for being in your man.
I was just looking at my Z9.
Hey, Maz, I was trying
Gustavo.
to find the diffraction
Chuck.
control. It's got a diffraction control in there, doesn't it? Option for on or off.
Yeah,
I
I was
swear-
trying
I
to
swear
figure
I
out what
saw
Gustavo was talking about, though. Are you-
Go ahead.
Is your exposure compensation changing when you go into video mode, you said?
Yes, it's so. For instance, if you put a -1 or +1, depending on what you're photographing, then you switch. Correct. It adjusts the aperture in the auto mode that I use, a simplistic video maker. Correct, and it adjusts the exposure. Correct, but the EV button it doesn't transmit from one to the other. So it's just a peculiarity you notice now that.
Well, yeah,
that
it's set for 0 when you switch to video. If you're
Exactly.
at -1,
Yeah.
It's at -1 when you're doing a still and you flip the switch to video. It doesn't keep it at -1. It goes to
exactly.
Oh, I thought you were saying it.
Is there any Canon users on this panel now?
I'm sorry,
Chuck. Is there any Canon users here?
Yeah, Kevin Nordstrom's in here. I think he's still in here. I know.
I just want to ask a question. The on and off switch on a Canon R35, whatever, is on the left side.
Oh, I heard. Yeah.
I mean, to me, I find that a little odd. I just wonder what the Canon users.
I've seen that in the chats. I think a lot of people aren't happy with that either. Canon
Is it just the R5 or all the models?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anybody out there have a read on that for Canon? I know the R5, the on and off switch
R7,
is on the
R10,
left.
they're all on the right.
Huh?
The only difference
Oh, it
with
is
the
on the
R10 is it doesn't have that funny joystick. Let me see. I get the R7 real quick. Yeah. Okay.
I knew somebody.
Yeah, Hero Shots is saying the on-off switch is on the right-hand side on the R7.
Okay.
But the R5's on the left, correct, Jeffrey?
Pardon?
The R5, the on and off switch is on the left.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they are.
They are.
The
right?
R6 I know is the first R6.
Mm.
It's not a great design, but they did fix it on the recent one.
They put it back on the?
It's on the
right
right hand side. I think it's in a better area now.
Well, yeah, that. What's that, Randall?
Okay, this is the R7. All right. The difference they did with the new models is they got the video, so it's on and then video.
Yeah.
Right. So that's your switch. It's on the right hand side. Of course, it has no tells you what type your settings are or anything. But with the R7, it has this funny joystick that you have to get used to. And I'm always messing up. Let me get a shot. Get my hand out. And I'm trying to get in focus. Sorry.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, you can see where they put the joystick right there. So the problem is you're trying to reach around, and then you have to get used to where the buttons are. And when they come out with a new camera, you're used to certain buttons, and then the next thing you know it, well, okay, am I using the R10 or R7? So the R10 is basically like the R6. The only difference is, they got a different switch for the video and the camera somewhere else. Where here on the R7, it's all three. And I'm always messing up on here because I got to click it one more time for video. And I'm used to going somewhere else for it. So that's the only thing. But it's a great camera.
Yeah. That's an APS-C size, isn't it?
It's a 1.6 crop. And then you get extra crops as a higher resolution.
1.6. That's a what? HP?
Yeah. So let's say 135 millimeter. If you have 85 millimeter and a 1.6 crop, there's your 135 millimeter. So on the Nikon, it's or even on the Sony, it's 1.5. That's 127 and a half.
Yeah. You just want to do a shout out and say hi to Nancy Jane, who I always call NASA Jane. Nice to see her on.
Yeah, congratulations, Nancy.
Yeah, she was just saying that she's just about to pay off her Z9. Her husband would have fit if she thought about buying a Z8.
What's that say?
Hang on a second, Jeffrey. Hang on. Let me move it.
What do you got there, Mark?
I don't know if you can see that. That's the diffraction compensation.
Yeah. So do we know how does that work and what does it do? Do you know?
I just keep mine on. It electronically compensates for diffraction above in higher f-stops.
Where in the menu is it?
It's in the shooting menu
It's
on
in
the camera.
Shooting menu, but I never. Yeah. Does it apply to RAW files too?
No.
That's what I thought.
Just JPEG.
Just JPEG.
That's why I don't know much about it, I guess.
Yeah, and there's always that handful of stuff that only works with JPEGs.
I'll tell you what's fun though. I was doing I don't usually do a lot of street stuff, but I was doing some lately over here in Austin, and I've been using the picture profiles, but not shooting directly, shooting raw and then editing in the camera, where you just take the raw file in the camera and convert it to whatever profile you want. That's actually been really fun.
No, you can use a raw converter on your JPEGs. You just go into, when you're in what do you call it, Photoshop, you go into the raw converter on your JPEG. It'll work.
Yeah, I'm saying you can apply Nikon's profiles in camera
to
the raw files.
Okay.
So you shoot raw, but then you can just edit it right there on the spot. You can just turn it into one of the profiles.
Hey, QSR, I think the Z6 III is one of the most important cameras that needs to come out sooner rather than later. However, if rumors are to be believed right now, Nikon rumors, Peter over there is saying that there's nothing in sight for the Z6 III. As a matter of fact, I think he said he expects it won't be out this year. So
I think it's the fall. I think it's the fall in spite of that.
I would hope so. So yeah, I would say keep hope alive when it comes to it, but we just don't have anything other than speculation. What we believe is logical. That doesn't mean Nikon will do it though. And Z5 II, no idea, but another camera. I hoped Photo Me Ike would be in here. I hoped Ike would be in here because he talks a lot about, affordable cameras. I mean, he has a Z9, he has whatever. He's getting a Z8 as soon as it comes out. But, I mean, he's in touch with a community that, they're looking at all these lower tier cameras as being their first or only camera. And he has some great thoughts on what he thinks Nikon should be doing as well. And I agree, get a camera under $1,000 for all those that really just want to step into photography, or they just can't afford a more expensive camera. So I don't know anything about the Z5 II either. So man, stay tuned. And if you don't watch Nikon rumors, then just stay tuned. Follow us, and you can bet the minute we hear something, it's going to be in a live stream, but can't answer your question right now. I'm sorry. Unless somebody else has got any other info, I'll throw it out there.
Z5 II could be a really important camera that we're all just not thinking about.
Right.
Could.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did say 2 cameras are coming out, right? On Nikon rumors.
Well, the
Yeah.
second one is supposed to be the DF.
Well, they said
ZF, sorry.
June. Last year they said it would come out in June, so we'll see. I
think
wouldn't
it's
mind getting that though.
It's crazy if they don't put out the Z6 III by the.
I
by the
agree.
fall.
I agree.
3 years. 3 years is a good cycle. Like that's a good cycle.
Yeah, I don't
What
know.
about a ZF with that has the built-in focus motor for screw drive lenses?
That's a fun idea.
Yeah, that would answer that, wouldn't it? Because so many people are still.
But it would have to be an FTZ, wouldn't it? You couldn't have, because if it's a Z camera, you couldn't have that flange distance without having an adapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the FTZ can't do that though. So
no, well, you could build a
I mean,
motor.
yeah, they could make one. Yeah.
You could put a motor into an FTZ, but they'd have to power the FTZ, or it would drain the battery, I would imagine, much faster unless they had a different battery. Who knows? I don't know. But I think it's a great idea, though. Like the idea is amazing.
I mean, it's possible. We have adapters out now that do it. That just,
It's totally possible. I agree.
Well, there's always third-party manufacturers that's always creating something. So
it's just if you get the ZF, if you're going to have a classic camera, then I think Mosman's point is all the classic lenses should be working.
It would be nice.
Yeah. Agree. How about that Voigtlander F1 15 millimeter? That looks awesome.
I got one.
You have it? Do you love it?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's better than the Leica 0.95.
Really?
And I've had that. It's crazy.
Do you by chance have the 41.2 as well?
I used to. I got rid of it.
So you like the 50's better?
Yeah, this new VM50 is bad. It's nice. Yeah, and then I put it on my Z6, and it works like a champ.
What did you have? What else did you? Oh, it was on your Z9, and then
You can put it on a Z9 or a 6. You know?
I mean, it's a manual lens, so yeah, I guess it.
Yeah. No big deal. And you just hit that magnification button and fine tune it, and bang, you're right on.
That thing's
Hey, what's the Z6 going for right now, new, with all the sales that are going on? Anybody know? Anybody have an idea?
The 2 or the original?
The original.
Oh, original.
I think they're gone.
Is it all? There are no more out there. I thought there was.
I just sold out. I'm sure they're gone.
Okay. All right. I'm just thinking about QSR here. He's waiting for the Z5 II. What he's looking for is something reasonably priced. And he's talking about if the R8 wasn't 2,000 euros here in Romania, if it was 1,500 euros, he would not wait for Nikon, though I would really love Nikon. So I was just thinking, with, the sales that are going on. I mean, now is the time to buy the 6, the 6.2, the 7, the 7.2. I mean, the prices are really great.
Is it the Z7 to $25.99?
I don't know, but that's far and above his $1,500.
Right, Moz?
The 6.2 right now is $16.99. The 6 is $19.99.
$16.99. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
well, there you go,
camera.
QSR. I mean, yeah, it's pushing at another.
What's the 6 go for?
Yeah, but you can get it.
They're selling it for more. It's not on sale. The 6 is $19.99. It's not on sale.
Okay, so here's one that's for $1,039 at MBP.
Okay, well, he's in Romania, so it's going to have to be from a larger store or something like that. So I was just looking for something comparable. If he was wanting a camera now, he wants the Z5 II whenever it comes out. He would get the R8, but it's 2,000 euros. However, if it was 1,500, he would be buying the R8. So
the R8 has a small battery.
Well, all that aside, I mean, I'm trying to fix his problem right now with a Nikon product. If he's interested in a Nikon product, that's the reason I was asking about the Z6, Z6 IIs.
What's his budget?
I mean, Z6 II is like $100 more than an R8, right?
So 1,500 is his budget, guys. Here it is. It's on the screen. You guys look at it.
Does Nikon have refurbs there? Do they have Tell them to check out the Nikon site and look for refurbs. I'm seeing refurbs show the Z6 for $1,200.
There you go. I don't know if he wants to go that route, but I thought we could offer up a little advice. Hey, take a look. He gives a budget, so here's a perfect opportunity to do that.
What is it about the Z5? It'd be interesting to know what he doesn't like about a Z5.
Well, he wants a Z5 too. I guess he's thinking that why buy old when maybe it's on the horizon. That's the reason. Guys, you got to follow the chat.
Well, I don't know. No, I mean, it depends. What does he have? What does he have now? Is what I'd be wondering. Like, I'm just curious what he's looking like. What?
I don't know. I was answering the question that he gave. So yeah,
I'd get a Z5 with that budget. Why wait for it too? It's going to cost more.
They've got a refurb Z6 for $1,279.95.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, that's a deal.
So
that's a deal.
Hey, QSR, I don't know who your Nikon dealer would be through Romania, but if it's like Nikon USA, it may be Nikon Europe. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe you could check there. Maybe you have, but and see if there's anything there that tickles your fancy that would suit you. Because right now is a great time to buy any of the Nikon Z6 series, Z7 series, especially the refurbed models.
They're having rebates and everything, sales.
I told you, Chuck, that Tony Northrup is recommending the Z7 II for portrait photographers.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
It blew me away when you were telling me. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to hear that, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but now I find out he doesn't like the the sensor shield.
No, he says he likes a mechanical shutter because he likes shooting the one. He says he likes the 1/400th of a second shutter sync, which for in studio shooting under certain, because he wants to use a faster shutter to bring the ambient light down.
Oh,
it's pretty weak argument in my view, because you can do that easy. I mean, I guess if you're shooting at wide open or something, maybe.
No, I understand people are doing that. You know what? I did it the other day with shooting 1.2 in the studio. Okay, so I don't know what the issue is, and I had to keep it below 200th of a second or below. So anyway, that's the other thing about tech. Another thing I will mention, and that could be something that's, I hope Nikon shows and the Z8 is, have they done something with electronic shutter to allow us to shoot with a higher sync rate? Maybe, I don't know, but I think that's all tech anyway.
Right.
So be nice to know.
To me, it doesn't matter until you get past about 1/2000th of a second. It just doesn't matter.
Hey, QSR, I hope you're watching the chat. Randall just dropped Z5 $999 brand new. Of course, just as John said, Z5 II. If you're willing to wait, I mean, it will be more. It will be more expensive, obviously. But hey, man.
I'd get a Z5.
Here you go.
Z5 all the way.
I am a forensics technician, and I would buy it for streaming and shooting as a passion. Okay, all right. Somebody asked him what he shoots. All right. Well, that's cool. A forensic technician. Cool.
You should buy the Z5 then.
Yeah, I would agree.
They don't move much. No.
I would agree. You know what? If that's what you're primarily going to do with it is stream and things like that. Look, I'm on the Z6 right now. This is the Z6. And if you can get that at a price that you're happy with, I'm going to tell you, it beats the Z30 for streaming. I mean, in a fixed location or whatever, by all means. But then, of course, you're going to need a lens to go with it. So there we go again.
I mean, a Z5 is full. A Z5 is full frame.
Yeah.
Yep.
And for $1,500, it's a deal.
Yeah. It's basically a D750, which was great.
Yeah.
Randall just found it for $9.99.
Well, $8.39 now.
New?
$8.39.
$8.39.
Where's that?
You can buy that with a 50 1.8S, and he's good to go.
Cool.
That's at 6. That's
for his budget.
At 5.
Yeah, it's cool. Great. All right, man. That's what we do here.
Get the
We got a big
26
community.
NM.
We need to be helping people out when they want to know stuff like this. 839 used. Cool. All right. So if you guys in the chat want to carry it on over there in a sidebar with him, I mean, point him in the right direction for some links or whatever. I don't know. I know nothing about living in Romania and being able to pick up Nikon products. I'm not picking on anybody here, but he may not have access to things that we have access to. So,
well, there might be some serious tax over there in Romania too. So
yeah,
you got to consider that.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Never been there.
Hank says, get the new iPhone, whatever it is, for streaming. No. All right, Hank.
The problem is if he doesn't have a camera at all, you have to throw in the extra cost of spare batteries and your cards that you're going to need to buy too. So that affects your budgetary concerns.
Yeah. I said, and he would need a lens as well. So yeah, absolutely. Because we're talking body only price. All right, man, how did we get beyond midnight without me knowing about it? Still have 68 folks in here that are being entertained by the hillbilly.
We're still 7 hours behind your last stream, I guess. So you don't feel it.
They never went away.
Yeah.
So instead of 30, it went to 60. So.
QSR says the Z5 is 1,300 and Z6 is 2,100 right now in Romania.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
See, MPP is international, so
okay.
I think he can get it. You just have to transfer the Romanian to whatever it costs, where we can get it.
Well, they have taxes.
They
have taxes.
They use euros.
Yeah,
what
I
he
don't know
said.
about Romania though.
That's what he said. There, it's euros.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Equals euros.
I'd want the Z6 in Romania though.
Okay.
Got a lot of vampires there. Transylvania.
Oh, it's a cool place to go.
You got to shoot in the light.
Great food.
Yeah, I don't know, Nancy. Evidently, not on most of the older gear, but in the Nikon camp, yes, on new gear, it seems that Europe's having a heck of a time this go around with Nikon products, getting Nikon products, all the newly announced stuff. They're still waiting pretty much on filling the 85 1.2 back up. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. That's what Becky was talking about yesterday. She expected some more in. I think she said something about they don't even have one in the shop right now. They've delivered one or two, I think she said.
Well, why don't you guys come and visit me? I'll get whatever you want.
Yeah. We all want to come visit you because we all want to go there, John.
Yeah. Me and Wayne are having a blast.
England seems to get Grace seems to get screwed a lot when it comes to getting quantities of anything. They're always
Well, there's a lot of camera stores in England,
Yeah.
and then you got to worry about Brexit too. So
Yeah.
And everything out of
that's
Holland, or Netherlands.
In Asia, we can get just about anything you want because I don't know, they just have a good supply chain here.
All right, guys, time for the second break. I will be back in a minute. We've got 69 people in here. When I come back, I hope it's 69. Don't run everybody off while I'm gone. Just kidding, of course. I'll be right back.
All right, everyone hide.
Okay.
Everyone hide.
Yeah, everyone switch off your.
Chuck's going to offer 20% off his used gear next week. We'll start a rumor.
John, what do you shoot with the Voigtlander lens?
What do I
With
shoot?
the Voigtlander lens.
Oh, I like to shoot portraits, and just a lot of portrait pictures
Portraits with the
when I'm walking around, but it takes a lot of time
Yeah.
though. You just can't whack these things off. it really slows you down. But the image quality is very beautiful. It's got a rendering that's I can't describe, and they did a far superior job than I think the Leica. And I've used that Leica 0.95 for years. A knock, you take 20 pictures and you'd be lucky to get one that's sharp. But the Voigtlander is probably 30% less weight.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the price difference is,
Huge.
enormous difference in price, and the quality is beautiful. But this is the top dog one to get if you want big aperture is 1.0, and it's hard to get. It's hard to find. But if you can get a hold of a copy and you put it on your Nikon Z's, it works like a dream.
And you
well worth it. It's a lot of fun.
You said you shoot portrait, like street portraits. Is that what you said?
Yeah, street, or I picked pictures of the wife.
Oh, cool.
Or just, I have fun taking a picture of maybe a water bottle or something, and then looking at the bouquet. And also Christmas tree lights. You want to blow them out. You want to just fun stuff. It's just professionally, yeah, you could use it for portraits.
And what did you think about the 41-2? I know it's not as obviously.
The 41-2, that the 40 is, is kind of it's neither here or there for me. The rendering was okay. I didn't use it much, so I just got rid of it. And then when the new Voigtlander came out and everyone was going nuts over it, and I wanted one, but it took me 7 months to get that. 7 months, and I finally got it. And so I took it to Mongolia, and it just I think it's the color and the rendering is just superb. They got a real home run.
That's nice to hear,
baby. So it's well worth it. I don't know how much it is, about $2,000.
It's 17 something, I think.
Yeah, 17 something. Come on, I paid 13,000 for that Leica.
Jeez. Wow.
13 grand, man. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Wow.
That's a lot of dough.
Wow.
So, but I drop kicked that thing.
And you like it better.
Oh yeah, way
That's
way
amazing.
better. That's me personally, I mean, if some Leica fanboy, it might be different, but that Leica is so heavy that it's no fun to use.
Yeah.
And the focusing is real stiff. So, you're just off by a nano and your picture's off. But the Voigtlander, it's a lot smoother.
Yeah.
If you look at my what do you call my YouTube, I do it. You can I think I show it in my Leica collection video.
Well, yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah.
Well, Grace just did
I've
one
used
on
Nock
Voigtlander,
1.25s.
50 millimeter f1 Nock. They just did it for 5 minutes, and it was excellent. They love it.
Which one?
It's the Nock 1. It's a 50 millimeter. Grace just did it. Yeah,
Nordstrom, right? Yeah. If you can snag one, it's well worth the money.
Hey,
sure.
Vahagen just did a review on the Viltrox lens. If you guys haven't seen it, go over and check it out. It looks very, very good. I mean, considering third party and the cost difference. So, 51.8, I believe. He compared it to the 51.2. It looks nice. And I want to go around the horn real quick. We got a new audience in here. That's the great thing about this. The great thing about it is the fact that we're so spread out and so many different people, so many channels, and all of these channels are part of the community that we're building because we have so many of the same subscribers, and I think it's fantastic. But I want to give everybody a chance to plug their channel or whatever. I know, Maz, you don't have anything yet. We're still badgering you to come up with something and, make your YouTube channel public. So we can
I put up a video for Jeff just yesterday of me skydiving.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh man, skydiving, something I haven't done for a while. That's what I did for a living for a long time. But Jeffrey,
it's time to pick it up again, Chuck.
Huh?
It's time to pick it up.
Yep. I agree. I agree. My wife wouldn't like that at all. Jeffrey,
Mossman didn't look scared at all.
Yeah, I edited out the parts where I was scared.
Okay. I've got some photos around here of me Army skydiving, military free fall. So it is a bit different. You can't play quite as much. But Jeffrey, selective imagery, tell us real quick. In 2 minutes or less, plug your channel.
Hey, my channel is a little bit about everything. Street photography, primarily birding, macro, flowers, old barns, you name it. We take pictures of it. And that's about it. And some gear reviews. I do some gear reviews, but only on stuff that I own, not on stuff that I do not own.
And you recently did a good comparison between the Peak Design and a Chinese knockoff that looks pretty daggone good. And I think you were happy with it as well.
Yeah, the Hypey. And that'll be available shortly from their website, but you could pre-order it on their website, Hypey, I think it was hypevision.com, $40 off. So you'd get it for like $359 versus $650 for the Peak. So you might want to check it out. And that's
John, it's Selective Imagery. Make sure you guys go check out Selective Imagery here on YouTube. John, you have a channel. Plug it.
Yeah, my channel's it's not very big.
Well, it won't. If you don't plug it, it won't get big once you talk about it.
But anyway, it's I had some help with Wayne and stuff, so I did a few on my Leica collection, my Nikon collection, and then the latest one was on the 26mm S lens that just came out with the 85 1.2, which I love. And then when I get back, I'm going to start doing more and more reviews on, like what Jeffrey said, on my stuff.
Yep.
And I've got Nikon, I've got Leica, I got Fuji, I got a Hasselblad collection, and all the stuff in between. So I got enough material, and it seems like people like to look at talking heads with gear rather than travel photography shots or wherever.
You got to play to the audience.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, I've done some good travel ones, but I get like 80 hits. You do something on a lens and you get like 1,000. Go figure. But which is a lot cheaper, right, Chuck?
Yeah. And another thing is, John, you got to do what makes you happy without worrying about, how many people are going to like it. I understand that as well. So,
well, yeah. I mean, that's something. You see, for me, like you, it's definitely not for money. This is something I want to do. But there's other folks out there. I mean, they're really into the CSI of it, because they got to make some coin on it. This whole thing. Yeah. And that I get that, but I'm in a position where I don't need to do that, and it'd be nice to share my experiences, about what I have. So if somebody wants to spend $13,000 on a Leica lens, I can tell them, well, I don't know, buddy, it might not be the best thing, but here's an option for the 10th of the cost. You see, stuff like that to help people out, because I might as well share my experience with this stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Where do they find you on YouTube, though? It's not just on YouTube.
Yeah, just my name, John Ishii, and you'll see it. And I got some videos on some trips I did and that I've gone in over the years. So
cool.
If you're interested in that, or I got 57,000 views on an unboxing of a D4S.
I saw that
10 years ago.
There you go, man. There you go. And where are you typically located? Believe it or not, where you are makes a difference in whether a lot of people are going to watch.
Oh, okay. Right now. Well, I live in Malaysia. I moved there from Seattle. I'm originally from Seattle, moved to Malaysia, and now at the moment I'm in Hong Kong, visiting my wife's with my in-laws.
Who, by the way, is a fantastic photographer. His wife, Diana.
I just subscribed.
Oh, thanks.
I'm in.
Now
I love it.
Now I'm up to 318 subs.
Just went up by one.
Hey, John, you're way past me, man.
Folks,
Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. You're not going to get sympathy from me, buddy. Let me tell you, I'm at the bottom. I'm at the very bottom.
Come on, people. Give Jeffrey some love, man. He puts a lot. He puts a lot of work into what he does.
Jeff is great.
But I love that you were a
His
photojournalist, right?
video is funny. Oh man!
Have you ever thought of doing any master class?
Have I ever taught master classes? Yeah, sure. I did for people who want to get into news photography, photojournalism, how to do it and how to
see, John.
Get into business.
Let me stop you for a minute. That's one of the things that you have going for you, and you could do that on your channel by not just by joining. And I don't know all the ins and out of it. All these smart guys will tell you, where people would actually pay to come for your content for things like that. You could do that.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you are.
Pay for your Leica lens.
Yeah, you are well accomplished in what you did, and there are people that would pay, because there are a lot of people that have asked you before, how do I get into photojournalism? And I know you don't have the sure answer, but my point is that alone would be a draw to your channel.
Well, what I try to do is if somebody wants to get into the business of journalism, I teach you on how to see things differently, and who's your target audience. Like Washington Post or the New York Times or the LA Times.
Don't give away all the secrets. Save that and put that in your channel. You need to be doing that, brother.
Peter Gregg does that all the time. He has videos set aside. They pay for it, and he shows them the video, or he sends it to them.
Or you can even do it live for those that pay to join that particular part of your channel.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and John, we respect your opinion. So you are a no-nonsense type of guy. So when you comment here, we listen.
Yeah, just my comments and opinions are just from experience of the hardships I had to go through and learn.
But that's what makes it easy for you. And you are, I don't know of anybody that's actually doing anything like that either, John. I think that's a given. You need to investigate it. And, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but Vahagan was talking about it maybe for his wedding photography stuff. So I would investigate that, brother. You've got a lot of knowledge there that a lot of people will pay to listen to.
Well, what I know is a lot of the backstory, like even in commercial photography, nobody's going to tell you about how to deal with clients,
right?
And what kind of real idiots they are, and how to deal with.
You could say it. I'll just do a bleep, bleep,
bleep. And how to deal with ad agencies and creative directors and.
Well, there it is. There it is. You won't have to worry about why some people like the Hasselblad video more than they do the Leica, or vice versa. But I'm telling you, there are people that would flock to you for that. Not overnight. Don't make the mistake of some people that think, it didn't work. I did it 2 weeks in a row and it didn't work.
John, Roy had a really good suggestion for you. He told you to box the D4 up again and unbox it.
A re-unboxing.
Oh man, that's long gone.
So there you go, guys. Go check out his channel and get subscribed now, so you'll be ready when he starts his, what is it, Patreon or whatever? I don't know, but
or go buy me a coffee. That'll work.
Yeah, there you go. Buy me
Yeah.
a coffee.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I like that. Buy me a coffee.
Yep.
Hey, brother, can you spare a dime?
Yeah. Yeah, man. You need to do that. John, I'm gonna stay on you now, and I know Vahagam will too. We're gonna stay on you. You need to do that. You need to share all that knowledge that you have up there with an audience that tunes in specifically for that, and you will be golden.
And the word will spread.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell Diana. I'm gonna tell Diana you have an opportunity that you're not taking, and let her take it over from there.
Okay, guys. Thanks,
Gustavo.
Thanks for your support.
You're up.
No, nothing to plug. So I'm strictly an amateur here, but at the encouragement
Not
of
an
all the
amateur,
people in
buddy. Not with what you.
I want you to put up a video of the animals that you catch with that camera pointing outside your window.
No, with the encouragement of some of the people here, I'm actually working on 3 videos just to share with the community. When they're ready, I will post them, but nothing to plug, no channel. This is strictly an amateur. I have been doing it for a while.
Amateur has
and
nothing
I
to do
enjoy
with it. If amateur was a discriminator, we wouldn't be talking right now because there'd be no channel. Because I am an amateur. I'm a hobbyist.
I gotta go, guys.
All right, John. Hey, thanks.
See you,
Seriously,
John.
consider that, brother. I think you got an end there.
We'll do. Let me write a script out and everything, and
that's all you do. You write a script and you go around on it.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, and nice meeting you. Photography discourse. What was your
My
name
name's
again?
Darren.
Sorry.
Like the
Darren.
It's Baron. It's like the Red Baron.
Yeah.
All right.
Baron.
Baron with a B. Baron.
With the B.
Baron.
But John, it's a
All right,
pleasure.
guys.
I think photojournalism is always like that's such a raw I think you have to be good to do that stuff. I think that's great.
Yeah, it's a rush.
Yeah.
I've been beat up many times. All right, guys.
All right, John. Thanks for being in here. Tell Diana we said hello.
Sure will.
All right. And so now, Baron.
Yeah.
Baron, when are we going to see a robust YouTube channel?
Huh. Well, I mean, I think you know this, Chuck. I didn't start the channel to be a big YouTube channel. I started it because I got really tired of like the dumping on Nikon.
Yep.
And I just got so tired of like the misinformation and all these like people that actually don't know much about what they're talking about.
All right.
And so I decided I just want my own mouthpiece. And that's really why I went on there. And then things start to, you know how it is. Like you go on for one reason and then things start to evolve. And then you talk to some other guy and then you talk to this person and you meet Chuck. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like just, it goes on and on.
Yeah.
And, so I haven't done much and I haven't done anything in like 2 months because I've been moving and I've been really underwater with work.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a back burner thing, but basically I talk about Nikon a lot and I talk about general photography. I'm basically a portrait photographer and an event photographer. And I'm doing like corporate kind of stuff now, like lawyers and doctors.
See, all that's interesting to a lot of people. I mean, I know that there are a million videos out there on all the subjects that we talk about, but people are looking for the newest, to hear the latest, on such things. So you do a fantastic job in what you do. I watched your shootout in the street, and I thought that was fantastic. I enjoy your content. So tell people where they can find you.
Yeah, it's Photography Discourse. It's up on the screen. Thanks to Chuck's situation here. And I'll get back to it soon. I've been I've been meaning to get another video up soon. I think I will in the next couple of weeks. And, but yeah, if I like talking about photography. I like shooting. I like to show what I shoot. Like I mainly showed what I shoot a few times just to give like the credibility. Cause sometimes I think there's guys on YouTube that talk a lot, but they won't necessarily show their work. So I just, I have an opinion. I just wanted to make clear that like my opinion is an educated opinion. Doesn't mean that I'm right about anything, but I have a reason for what I say. I'm not just making it up. you know? So that's it. But basically, yeah. And then I have strong feelings about Nikon, especially I am biased. I'll admit that. I've been shooting Nikon all my life, but I've had the opportunity to shoot the other systems as well. And I've had the opportunity to compare different things. And I'm still sold on the Nikons. I still want, like, I walk around with a camera in my hand all day long. I don't want to hold a Sony. I'll tell you that right now. It just doesn't feel the same, and it's just not comfortable to hold all day. So, and that matters when you're holding the camera all day. So,
all right, man.
Yeah.
All right. So go over and see Photography Discourse, Baron, his channel, and give him some love as well. Look, a lot of people helped me out as I was trying to get through this whole process and YouTube. A lot of people that aren't even in here right now. And I don't see it as often. But the bottom line is that we all need to help each other out. And the community that we have going, and I want to stress here, I may be Nikon centric, and there are other channels that are more centric than I am, but I don't care what you're shooting. I just want to keep the photography discourse, if I may steal that for a minute, going amongst all of us for the community.
And Chuck, I thank you for saying that, because I do get a little lost in my Nikon sometimes. And you're right. I totally agree with that. The truth is, I'm biased towards Nikon. I have my reasons, and I think the reasons are valid. However, that said, it's not even there's no dispute of any kind of the following statement, which is you can get the shot with any of the cameras today. There's no question about that. Any of them are good. They're all good. It's mostly if you know how to use them. So it's not that anything is better or not better. It's better for me, and something else might be better for you. But
exactly.
In the end, they're all good. So having like the gear is so good now. The stuff's so good. Like 20 years ago, you couldn't even imagine the stuff we have now.
Right.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Baron. I'm glad you clarified that, because everybody's going to have the brand that they like, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're a little biased, I think anybody that shoots a brand, one brand, a single brand, is got some bias in them. But it doesn't mean that I have to pick on anybody else, because I can't do that. Their brand is just as dear to them as mine is to me. So, yeah, thanks, man. Go over and check out Photography Discourse. He's got some videos already up. I'm going to mention somebody else here in a minute that isn't in here, hadn't been in here in a while, but I want everybody to go check him out as well. But before we go there, let me move to Randall Brander.
I am working on my 598th video. It's 4 hours. And I don't do any advertising. If I like something, I'll talk about it. You give the plus and minuses of the product, and then you go on a rant. That's all you do. It's very easy. I found out that I've been talking to myself for quite a while. And when I started videoing how natural it was, I just can't believe 215 people are subscribed to me and listening to my rants.
I felt the same way, brother.
Yeah. So the thing is, I talk about everything. I can talk about cars, cameras, gaming, computers. I've been like when MS-DOS was still good. I had the Commodore, So I'm a tech guy. I like computers. I love cameras. I saw this one man named Peter Gregg in the Christmas room. He got me motivated, and now I can't stop. So I've met many good people. I enjoy this panel. This is the type of content I like watching. And if you don't like what I do, that's fine. I'm not here to make money. I enjoy doing it. So it's kind of like a therapy in a way. Yep. But I love to travel. And when I travel, I vlog, I take pictures. I did a trip to Arizona and back, and quite a few trips. But, I don't knock anybody down. I give them likes because, hey, they put the process up or the content up. And I picked it because I'm interested in learning something. So I'm always learning something new every day. And,
that's great, man. So where do they find your videos, your 500 something videos?
Right under Randall Brander. You just put that under YouTube, and
So obviously, a hero, you are my hero, man, because you're one of those people that at least believes like I do. You don't have to feed, water, or take care of a subscription. It doesn't cost anything, and you can help somebody out. Thank you very much, hero.
Ditto.
Way to go. Way to go, Randall. And I love having you in here. And thank you again for the Peter Gregg thing. And I want to pick your brain at some point because you're using Ecamm. Peter's using Ecamm. Simon's using Ecamm. And what I like about Ecamm is it gives you a little more flexibility in what you can actually do. So I want to talk about that more here before long. I'll get a hold of you. All right. Rather than Restream
well, how much are you paying for Restream? Are you getting the pro part or are you getting the
yeah, it's about it's about $500 a year, which is
Ecamm
why
is cheaper.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And I did a video where I had 8 cameras hooked up with Ecamm.
That's what I like. I like the multi-camera thing too. Yeah. Well, I love having you in here, Randall. I'm glad we met you. I'm glad that's again the community linking people up. It's not me, it's the community, and I think that's what's fantastic. All right. So we're at 1:09 a.m. Oh boy. And nobody's
try for 6:30 again.
No, nobody's goading me into another marathon stream. Oh man, but hey, thanks. I just wanted to go around the horn. Look, like I said, so many people helped me. I gotta thank Vahagan again so much because Vahagan did he actually plugged me and helped me out with the subscriptions. Simon did the same thing over at Ordinary Filmmaker. And, I know that there are people that don't agree with his channel. I don't know why, but bottom line is I enjoy it. I think obviously a lot of people do. And it's just a great channel for your one stop fix for camera news. And he doesn't have any bias when it comes to what he's reporting. And I think you guys could see some of if you were in his live stream earlier. Yeah, no 10.5 tonight, no doubt. But anyway, yeah, thanks a lot, Randall. Love having you in here. Like I said, I want to get more people in here. I want more people to jump in. You got to just be brave. Just jump in the pool. And that's the only way to break the ice. And it may change the way what you do on YouTube, as a matter of fact. Let's see. So
this is the Z Mount Alliance.
Yeah.
Z Mount Alliance.
Yeah. And I continually apologize to all my other folks that shoot other brands, but you got to understand Nikon's been in a dry spell for a while, and we're just so excited that something's coming. And to be honest with you, whatever Nikon drops on the 10th, that's going to be fine. At least maybe that opens the door and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel for some of the other cameras that we're waiting for. So there you have it. All right. And we're just getting started. Oh man. No, Roy, we don't have 6 hours to go. No. Where's Frames? That's a good question. I told you, I tell him every time I see him in a live stream, which isn't mine, by the way, that he never comes to my stream. So now I can give him some more agita about that. No, he's busy, I'm sure. Tim said 7 hours to go. No, Tim, no. All right. Yeah, that's why Vahagan's asking where Frames is. Frames would come in and try to hold me for a while, hold me hostage. But no, that's not going to happen. And I'm almost ready to wind down here. And I'm not going to give a number out of viewers because that'll bite me in the butt. I know if I make a statement like that. Let's see. And QSR is still in the chat, and I appreciate everybody giving him some pointers on where to look and what to look at. How far away am I? I'm all the way to the bottom. That means I missed some folks.
I don't know if you saw earlier, Chuck, but somebody was suggesting You stay alive until the Nikon announcement on the 10th.
So,
well, no, he'll be with Simon then.
Yeah,
there'll be a skeleton behind the microphone that's
yeah,
with no shirt on. That's the problem.
Does anybody
kid.
think we'll learn? What does anyone think we'll learn anything else before the 10th, or do you think it'll just be what we know now, right to the 10th?
I think there's a very good possibility because right now, I mean, if there already been a couple of leaks and we don't know exactly how good or whatever, there is a good possibility this close that somebody that has played with that camera is going to leak something. So I don't know. I think it's a possibility though. I don't know how you guys feel.
They'd probably end up regretting that move if they do that.
It depends on what the information is, because yes, Nikon will look at who had access to that information, but something as simple as maybe a suggested price, or because we got that with the Z9 from somebody, or maybe some of the video or other photo features or things like that would be common across those that are under NDA. They couldn't put a finger on. And somebody is out there. This is why I could never be under NDA, because I would break it. How could you be playing with the Z8, listening to all the chat that's going on, and not get in and give your hand away in some way? So my hat's off to those folks that have held it, played with it. And I'm sure that we know many of them that are on YouTube, but they've done a real good job of hanging on to the secrets. But I do think that there may be something else that leaks. I don't know, Baron, but I feel like there will be.
Yeah.
There is a lot of lurkers online, so they don't say anything, but they are watching. So.
Yep. Well, there's 60 people in here now, so we just went back up a little bit. And that question has been asked, and I doubted it at first, but I really believe, so if they're in here right now, I'll watch it drop, that there are some people that are out there watching our streams. And I noticed that it's funny that there are some topics that come up soon after we've talked about it over here, which I find interesting. Too often now to be a coincidence. And I don't know if, I think Nikon, if they don't, they're missing an opportunity. I'm not talking about watching my stream, but in general, the chat that goes on across YouTube and the videos that go on, and even in the live streams. I think that that's a valuable tool for them because they can begin to gauge how these different products will be received based on, what everybody's saying. So I do believe that they do peek in. I really do.
Yeah.
Mookie. The Z8 is a nice camera. There, I said it.
That's fine.
All right, Mookie, but you can tell us more, man. I know you've been playing with it, right?
Here we go. It accepts a camera strap. There we go.
How long will it be for till we see the 35-1.2? Do you think?
Man. Well, wait a minute.
Well,
where did they tip their hand on the warranty card? Which lens did they tip their hand
85.
on?
That was the 85.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if the 35 because it happened twice, not just with the 85, but something else as well. I can't remember what it was.
I'm going to guess first quarter next year.
I'm going to guess this year.
Well,
at the end of the year.
So you think the announcement will be on the 10th, but it'll be ready by Christmas time or what?
Well, no, everybody's the prediction is
they'll be shipping by the end of the month, by the end of May
for the Z8, right?
Yeah, I thought it was June, early June or something. I can't remember. I have to go scour Peter's site over there at NR, but I thought he mentioned something about that. And again, we don't know how accurate it is, but if he's putting it out, he's heard something. It's one of those things, but he won't guarantee it either. I mean, but yeah, the big question, drum roll, please. How much? how much of the demand are they going to be able to fill before it immediately goes into wait land?
That's right. Yeah,
that's the big question. And I'll tell you this.
Tiny.
One of the things about this announcement is it's going to help us out to see where Nikon's at and where they're heading. And if this camera is in sufficient quantity, I don't think that, based on what we think this camera is going to be, I don't think they can meet all demand and it'll be on the shelf 2 weeks later. But depending on how many the initial shipment is, and we'll know that because it'll be all over YouTube. Everybody will be doing unboxing and everything else. If that's good, then that helps us to figure out where Nikon is, at least in their production capability, and how fast they can get it out of that coming soon or on back order. So these are things that there's more to this camera than just the fact that they're going to announce a camera. It's going to give us an insight to where Nikon stands right now on several things. And I think we need to watch that as well. Lenses. I mean, does anybody believe that there won't be a lens announcement in and around this big announcement on May 10th? I believe that there will be. I don't know what. I mean, we all have speculated on what we think, the 180 to 600 or 2 to 600, or at least defining what it is. But what else? You know, the 31.2, could that be something we hear about?
Didn't they say there was like 4 or 5 more lenses this year?
They said a total of 8, but that didn't
Total of 8
include
for this year, yeah.
Yeah, what's already been delivered.
What's been delivered this year so far?
Well, the 85 1.2.
Right.
Yeah,
the 26.
Right.
The power zoom for the DX that just came out.
Right.
26.
26 millimeter.
So it's 3, right?
3.
So how many are total? 8?
Well, that's what Nikon was saying. I don't know.
That's a lot. That's 5 more. That's a lot more.
What wasn't it? The 800 and 600 also?
No, but they weren't this
that
year.
Included?
They were already they were before.
Oh, last year?
Yeah.
So if there's 5 more, then yeah, I'd like to see the 135 and the 35 and the 200 or the 180 to 600, whatever that is.
Yep.
And that's only 3. There's still some left.
Well, they got another DX, a 24 DX, I think.
Yeah, 24 DX.
They also have the other one that's going to come out for sure is going to be the Tamron one.
Yeah, the third one in there, in the Tamron line up there.
So you're talking about the rebrand Tamron.
Yeah, like, was it
70 to 180 2.8? They'll put that out.
Yeah,
something like that.
Actually, I just bought the 17 to 28.
Yeah, I bought it today too.
I just bought it like a couple days ago.
You like it, don't you?
No, I mean I haven't used it yet. I literally just bought it. I'm getting like.
Oh man! Well, I did an unboxing and I put it up, and then I did another video. 45-minute video, and it's taken them 6 hours to process it.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
I just like the size. That was the reason more than anything, because for traveling.
So the question is if this is if they owe us these lenses, then when will we get it? That's why I say it's going to be interesting on this announcement. I don't know whether it'll be combined with this announcement. It could be, but I don't think they're going to take any of the fanfare away from whatever camera body we are going to get. However, it could open the gate. So Nikon says, okay, now we're going to, either give you a development announcement. I know that sounds ridiculous because we want it right away, but then again, they gave us the 85 1.2 development announcement, and a few weeks later, we got the official announcement. So I think it's just their way to say it's coming. Yes.
Yeah. Going back to what you're saying, where Barry was commenting, I think the waiting time for the C8 for the non-MPS. If it's less than 6 months, I will be surprised. I know it will be disappointing, but this is likely to have high demand, like the 800s, the 850s. So this will not be ready available to pick up from B&H. You order it, you get it the same week until a year from now. That's if if the history repeat, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, considering I think the desire or demand for this camera, if it is what we, is being rumored, the demand for it is going to be extremely high. So I would say, Gustavo, if they meet the demand within 6 months, that's an accomplishment.
Oh, absolutely.
That is an accomplishment. That's good news for us in the Nikon camp. I don't know whether they can or not. I don't know how many they've produced. A lot of people speculated the weight has been part of the, producing enough to meet the initial demand. Who knows? Again, that's why I say on the 10th of May, we're going to learn a lot about where Nikon sits right now.
If this camera meets the expected rumored specification, you are right. This would be a stress test on Nikon or Nikon to be able to fulfill all these orders.
Yeah, and we're not going to know that right away. I mean, other than the initial demand, depending on how many, people get it in their hands right away. But over a period of a few months, we're going to begin to feel out Nikon on their production capability, and it may make us happy. It might make us sad. I don't know yet.
But have we heard a lot about people not being able to get the 85? Because I haven't heard much about that.
No,
It sounds like people have been able to get it, right? More or less.
But as much demand as there was for that, see, I still think that it's hard to gauge by the 85 1.2 only because of the cost of it, and the 85 1.8 people are happy with. So it's hard to tell, what the demand was for it. And I'd like to think, as you're indicating, Baron, that that's a good sign that maybe there was a high demand but you know what? In Europe, it's not shipping very quickly. They're getting very few units, and that was brought up by Becky on Grays. So I don't know what's going on.
It seems like they always get shafted.
They have this year, no doubt about it, or since the Z9. But if I remember, maybe it was DSLR days. Maybe it was even Z6 and Z7 when they were initially announced. It seemed like Europe was doing well while the US was saying, where's it at? I can't remember, and I'm sure somebody's going to go back and research that and let us know. But yes, since definitely with the Z9 and beyond, yeah, it's in all the lenses, all the telephoto lenses, the Z lenses, man, yeah, they've taken a beating.
And I think Nikon UK is different than Nikon Europe.
I
do think that's true, and I think that UK is just a small market that it's just not that big of a market.
I don't
Ireland
know.
too. Ireland has it worse than England does.
Yeah. That's a good question. Becky has talked about that before. I mean, just briefly. It's all hubbed out of, I can't remember the country it's hubbed out of. But you know what?
Might be the Netherlands.
Yeah, Amsterdam.
I think it is. And that would be a good question over there on Grays of Westminster. I think if somebody else doesn't throw that into one of their live streams, I'm going to, because I'm just curious again.
I think the anticipated demand that Nikon expects is probably one of the reasons why you're hearing the comments that the Z6 III and the Z7 III will be next year, because they cannot fall flat on their face with not being able to meet the demand on the Z8. So if you were trying to come out with two bodies at the same time right now, I mean, they probably just couldn't hack it. So I mean, they push the date out on the other bodies and focus on getting enough Z8s out there. And
Jeffrey, that was my concern when people were talking about, two, or some even, thinking, well, it could even be three bodies. Yeah. I don't know what Nikon's production capability is now, which is why I say, come May 10th, we get the announcement. And then when the delivery starts, is going to give us an idea that maybe this has picked up more. I don't know. But we've given them every excuse in the world. Every excuse that we've given them could be true. Supply shortages and all that kind of stuff, plus production capability and blah, blah, blah. So I think now we're gonna find out a little more, and I'm hoping for the best. So
that's
you're
also,
right.
To me, that's also why the ZF makes sense for the September, just because it's not going to be a camera that's in that high demand, and so it's probably something that they'll have the production capability to get out.
But Mosman, what if they just discontinued the Z6 II straight up and then just put that production line to Z6 III, which is effectively like more or less the same camera except with a different processor and sensor?
That is an interesting point you make.
They're already ramped up on all of it. All they got to do is change the processor and the sensor. That's it.
That's just it.
I wish I knew more. I wish I knew more about their production capability.
Maybe the screen too. The screen would be a flippy, I think. So maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems like I think that the form factor should stay the same on the Z6s. I do think that's a good form factor for that camera.
I agree with you 100%. There may be others that disagree, but more people are going to agree because that's the camera they're looking at for the, especially those that are doing video. That's their low price, economical, highly capable video camera. And you're right. I agree with you. But you bring up a good point, Baron, and I'm glad you brought that up. You're always doing this to me, make me think. But we don't know what's still in production. You're right. Yeah. And because Nikon will announce, but I think it's a long time after they've dropped production of a model. I mean, we got the announcement for the Z6 and the Z7, but we don't know, if the Z6 II and Z7 II are still in production. I don't know.
Right. We don't really know.
Yeah. And that has a lot of bearing on how much they can deliver, as we get into the latter part of this year.
What they could do is they could drop Z6 II. They take the guts of the Z6 II and they make the ZF. And then they take the bodies of the Z6 and then they make the Z6 III.
Yeah.
But who knows? They could have cut back on the lines to have more than one line doing Z8s too. You really don't know. You just don't know what they have.
Yeah, you know what? I wish we could sneak into the.
I'm going to call him tomorrow, guys. I'm going to settle this.
Settle it.
All right.
Settle it. I wish you would.
Let me make a note here. Call Nikon.
Send us a text. Let us know how it works out.
I'll do that.
I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. I'm pretty sure they do.
You think we could find out who does the tooling for their production lines? I mean, maybe we could get hold of them. Hey, what are you installing now, or what are you gearing up for now? Oh man, yeah, yeah. And another good point, Mozman, you're right, and I hadn't considered that. As much as it pains me because I don't care if they build a ZF. I really don't. Just like I don't care that they built a Z30. I just didn't think it was the right time. And I think timing is it. But you're right. They may be under a constraint and it might be easier to do a limited production run. I'll use ZF, folks. Don't worry. I don't think that's going to mean you're going to be out because I don't think there are as many as some people think there are out there that want that camera. Doesn't mean people couldn't want it after the fact, but you've got the pro body that people are pro body APS-C that people are screaming about. Yeah. And that group is growing, no doubt about it. And, you still have two cameras in the full frame lineup, and I'm not excluding the Z5. It's due for an update as well. And I'm, on the DX side, the Z50, will it get an update before we see the Pro Body APS-C? I don't know. But, I mean, there are a lot of cameras that Nikon has on the plate. Whether they like it or not, we put them on the plate. And I think that Nikon's looking at that as well.
What if they surprised us and actually gave a Z8 for like the 3,500 mark? That's a pretty damn good APS-C camera now. Because if it's going to shoot at Z9 pace, and then when you drop the megapixels down to 19 megapixels, it'll probably have a huge buffer.
Yeah.
So actually, that could be a D500 like replacement right there. It's more money. It's more money, but it's not the crazy more money. It's like 1,000 more.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Vahagen's looking for a 85 1.4D metal body in good shape. Anybody
and a 105 DCF too.
Okay. Vahagen's on the hunt, man. Here come comparison videos. I feel it already.
That's a nice lens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all these are good questions, and none of us really have any answers. We can sit here and speculate, but Nikon again may give us some hints. May be the turning point where we can begin to at least see down the road, how things are going to go. So we're not going to get it all at once. We know that for sure. I'm surprised, honestly, that the Z8 is going to come out. This may go back to what Becky was saying. Becky and Con were speculating that Nikon wants to go from highest to lowest, meaning the Z9, the Z8, and the Z7 and Z6. But based on what we're hearing in rumors, it doesn't look like they're going to go any farther than the Z8 at the moment. And who knows what comes next. If I were Nikon for a day, I think the Z6 III would be high priority for me.
Yeah.
And I'm not looking for it. I don't need it, and I don't want it right now, but it is a camera that I'm interested in. But for everyone else, I am more interested in it, in that segment of the Nikon camp that are really looking for that camera. So, Jeff, you taking off?
Yeah, I have literally spent so many hours on my computer in the last week editing photos that my eyes are shot. I have to.
What
I have
eyes?
to get some sleep.
If I didn't have blue blocker glasses, I'd be blind after this last week.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang it up.
All right, Jeffrey, you're not gonna stay
I'll
in
let
for
you
the
keep
10
it
hours.
going until 7:30 anyway.
What time you getting up in the morning?
That's part of the problem too. I'm always up by 6 o'clock.
All right, so drop in and say goodbye to us.
All right, we'll do that.
I'm just kidding, folks. I'm just kidding. Oh man.
What do you think about the supply chain problem? You think that's over with now?
Well, you know what? And again, I go back to everybody was talking about it's supply chain. Everybody's suffering. Well, evidently not, because Canon was pumping out cameras right and left.
Yeah.
Sony was too, and even Fuji. So I'm not buying that. And my comment back then was, because I was rather perturbed about it, Randall, was maybe Nikon needs to go find some new suppliers.
Did you know that half of their lenses are made in China?
Yeah.
And the
See
other
you,
half
Jeff.
in,
See you guys.
Bye, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
And then the other half is Thailand. So, and then Japan wants Nikon not to deal with China now, or?
Well, Nikon's leaving China if they haven't already left. I think that's a done deal now, for obvious reasons. That's not the most stable place in the world at the moment. And Thailand has been around, but maybe they've beefed up their production facilities in Thailand. And didn't we know that they're opening a reopening of another plant in Japan.
In Japan, yeah.
But it looks like it's going to be
it's a few years out, yeah.
Yeah, and it also looks like it's going to be for their optical side or other optical stuff for their other ventures. But again, that is a good thing, because maybe it takes the burden off of the other locations and they can maybe put more effort into all the glass for the camera segment. So that's actually a good thing. But I thought that they were also looking at, they just invested or whatever. You guys know better than I. I don't keep up with that kind of stuff or remember half of it, but more production facility in Thailand. And I'm okay with that.
I haven't heard anything about that. I'm all for it though.
Well, they're in the black. So Nikon's making a profit.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously that's a good thing. We don't know how much, but they are. And I think with this next launch, it's really going to help out. It's just a good thing that they are in the black and they're buying back stock. That's another good indicator.
They're not buying my stock. I'm not selling.
All right, man. Sly Reader. Yeah. No, I'm not the Energizer buddy, man. Yeah, I don't even want to go into that. That 10-hour ride was something else, I got to tell you.
Well, you know, Sly Reader was the one that was saying, I think last Saturday was, why is it always men? I don't see any women in the panel.
I want women to join. We do have some ladies that do join us in the chat frequently. Nancy and shoot, man, I'm trying to think of her name. I can't right now. Daggone
Claire?
it. Well, Claire really doesn't join us over here.
She was on there at one point, wasn't she?
You know, I think she was on as a guest once, I think here. I can't remember. Again, I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, I'd love to see more ladies not just join the chat, but even join the panel. Maybe we'll get Nancy to join us here one of these days. But if any of the folks out there that are just watching are ladies, by all means, you know, jump in here with us. This is not a man-only world now. I mean, you guys need to jump in here and represent all the ladies in the community. So yeah, and younger people, and you know, Joey's a welcome. He's a breath of fresh air amongst all of us old timers. You are too, Baron, because you're not that old. But you know, well, you look very young, man. You look very young. All right.
I'll take the glasses back off. Sorry.
Hey,
I just
Millerad.
put them on like a few minutes ago, and now it's hilarious.
Hey, Millerad, good to see you, man. How you doing, sir? Yeah. So you know what? I think I am going to wrap it up. We're down below 50 right now. Before, 6 months ago, if I had 48 people that showed up for 5 minutes, I'd have been ecstatic. That just shows you how the community is growing. And again, I go back to all you folks in the chat, all you folks that are just viewing, and of course, all you fantastic folks that want to join the panel and get in here and mix it up. But I always enjoy it. And man, I am just beat. This week has beat me down for live streaming.
Before you go, make sure you advertise the next week.
I was just going to do that. So May 6th, next Saturday, is our photo review. I talked about it a few minutes ago. All the details are down in the description. I continue to repeat that with each of the live streams I do so people can stay abreast of it. All the information there is there as to how to submit the photos. And if you would like to be on the panel, I welcome you to come in here and be on the panel to talk about these photos. There is no critical critique that we do or anything like that. Of course, if you want more information and from folks that are sitting on the panel, by all means, ask for it. But it's just an opportunity for everybody to show off some work that they're doing. I don't like really making a theme for these photo reviews, but some other people, like I said before, have asked for a theme. The theme this time is, and I'm not holding anybody's feet to the fire, but if you would like to partake in a particular theme, we have one, and that's just anything that you shot in the month of April 2023, by the way, because Mozman called me on that. So, but if you have something that's older than that, that's fine too. Please just follow the directions in the description below. And if you have any questions about that, just email me. I mean, it's really simple. Even joining the panel is extremely simple. So yeah, consider that. Also on May 10th, let me plug this for Simon, myself, and everybody else. Simon is going to do a pre-show. So he's going to be in an hour before the announcement. He's going to have the announcement live, and he can do that with Ecamm, which is something I struggle with Restream. I can't get any sound on the other screen when I'm doing that. So anyway, an hour before the announcement, and then probably through the announcement to maybe an hour after, at some point after the announcement, I'm going to leave and prepare for my normal Wednesday. It's on a Wednesday. How convenient. Wednesday live stream. And now I won't guarantee that one won't go for a long time. It could, because there will be a lot of talk about.
It's got to go at least 8 hours, right?
Yeah, I would guess. It's going to go as long as I can handle it, I guess. As far as, because I'm going to miss lunch and dinner that day, I think. But anyway, that'll be on the 10th. And I don't know, Vahagan had said something about maybe going live as well, but I think he thought the better of it because that will be extremely early for you guys, won't it, Maz?
Yeah, 5 a.m.
Yeah. So Rakesh 51 now. Here he goes. Here we go. I'm calling frames.
How long is the event? Did Nikon say how long is the event?
No, do not know. But you know what? Even the Z9 event went through its paces. I think it was video plus Mark Cruz talking. And that was a question today on Simon's channel. Is it going to be a video or is it going to be a live event? I think it's live. It may show a video or whatever, but I'm sure Mark Cruz is going to be in on this because he was pretty delightful, actually, for a change for Nikon in the Z9 announcement. But I don't know how long it'll go on. Nikon's not going to take any questions. I'm sure of that or anything like that. But there may be something. I don't know if they'll cut the stream after the announcement and a short discussion or whether they keep it going. I don't see them keeping the stream going for a long time.
I bet they're going to have a panel like Ricky on there and a couple others.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it would be Ricky. I think Ricky's got his moment coming, no doubt about it, because that's typical of him. And he'll tell us, yeah, I've had this camera for 3 months and we're all going to go, because you didn't say anything or something along those lines. And he'll have his own pretty good review of it. On that morning, as soon as that announcement goes live or the video plays or however they play it, Nikon, get ready because that means that the embargo is lifted and get ready for a plethora of videos. It's going to happen. And I think Nikon Rumors talked about who they're going to have looking at or playing with the camera or testing the camera or however you want to look at it. And it wasn't the typical. And maybe this is where we've had a little influence on them talking about who they should be looking at to talk about these cameras. And they talked about influencers plus regular photographers. And I can't remember if it said ambassadors or whatever. So look at a bunch of videos coming is what I would say.
So how is it, Chuck?
I can't give that up, man. I can't say I know that it will be a baby Z9, or can I? I don't know. No, Nikon didn't ask me to do anything. Like I said, the only time Nikon's going to contact me about sending me something is when they have my credit card number. That's it.
Yeah.
Vahagan says, I'm working on a video right now, Chuck. There you go. Vahagan's had it. He just won't tell me either. He's hinted about it, but he won't tell me.
Well, just glad it's finally coming out. That's all that matters.
Amen. I agree with you 100%, Baron. Just the fact that Nikon's going to speak about something. This will be the first time they've communicated with us in a year and a half. Yeah. So I think that's a win for us.
Yeah.
How about the replacement D850? Oh, I got to say this because he knows what I'm going to say. You're getting it. The Z8. There you have it. End of discussion. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
All right.
I like those fake YouTube channels, Vahagan says. Yeah, all the bots that the people are just, what is it, chat?
GPT?
GPT. They're putting together videos talking about what the Z8 is. And if you want to order it now or whatever, just the crazy bot the videos that are out there. But yeah, there are going to be a lot of those too. You know what's funny is they get more views than most of us do on YouTube. It's funny how many people will actually watch those as if it's some new info. All right, guys, a lot of people are leaving the chat and I don't blame them. For all the folks that joined us from Asia, thank you very much. We get to span many different time zones. And I appreciate that as well. So we've gone up and down in viewers. And if I had to guess, I would guess there are over 200 people that cycle through the streams every time we do one. Although Restream and YouTube only count the max and the average. So there you have it. All right. Hey, thank you, Maz. Thank you, Baron.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck. Nice to meet you, Maz.
Yeah, you too, Baron.
It's been, I know I've heard your name so many times, and I know who you are, but I've never been able to say hello.
Just in comments.
Yeah, we always look for the Maz in the comments. I mean, he's got a sharp wit, man.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I love it. All right, guys, everybody that's in the chat, thank you very much. I appreciate it as always. If you haven't, I'll beg here for one thing, and again, that's the likes. I don't even know how many people are in here to even drop a like that haven't already, but I thank you for that. It keeps motivating me. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody, and thank you very much for another great stream.
Night, everybody.
Good night.